Welcome to this gentle journey into stillness. As our session begins, the picture on your screen will gradually fade into a soft, restful darkness, inviting you to close your eyes, adjust your pillows, and allow your body to sink deeply into comfort. Take a slow, quiet breath in and let it out gently as the evening settles around us. Tonight, we take a restful step into the heart of a traditional Japanese timber workshop, a tranquil haven where time seems to slow down to a peaceful, measured cadence. Outside, the dusk settles over the distant forested mountains, wrapping the valley in a cool, quiet haze. Inside, the air feels invitingly warm, carrying the clean, aromatic perfume of freshly planed wood and aged resin. Here, away from the noise of daily life, every timber beam and paper screen offers a place of rest. Stepping softly across the threshold, you feel the smooth texture of unvarnished timber floorboards that have been polished over many decades by quiet footfalls and delicate shavings of wood. The twilight light filters gently through high shoji screens, bathing the spacious room in a soft, honey gold glow. Neat stacks of seasoned lumber rest along the perimeter of the room, drying slowly in the stillness of the mountain air in the historic Kaizo Valley of Nagano Prefecture. Slow-growing asterisk Kaizo, Hinoki cypress trees form fine annual growth rings less than 1 millimeter wide, giving the timber a uniform cellular density that naturally dampens sound waves and creates a quiet hush in the workshop. This unique acoustic quality transforms the structure itself into a sound-softening sanctuary. The gentle rustle of your sleeves, the soft click of wood on wood, and even the slow rhythm of your breathing are absorbed by the dense, micro-layered grain of the cypress walls, wrapping the room in a comforting blanket of silence. As you wander deeper into the workshop, the comforting aroma of Kaizo Hinoki surrounds you, offering notes of citrus, clean evergreen, and damp forest soil. Workbenches crafted from thick slabs of solid wood stand silently in rows, their surfaces smooth to the touch. Arrayed along the walls are hand tools resting in their wooden holders, finely tuned planes with polished steel blades, hand saws, and wooden mallets worn by years of gentle use. Curled ribbons of wood shavings lie scattered across the floor like delicate paper ribbons, cushioning your footsteps as you move forward. There is a deep sense of harmony in this space, where craftsmen have worked in tune with nature for generations. Everything in this shelter seems to breathe with a calm, unhurried life. The timber beams above have held this quiet roof for over a century, standing as steadfast guardians against the wind and winter snows. As you pause near a low workbench, you can feel the restful stillness of the wood extending outward, soothing away any remaining tension. The light outside fades a little more, leaving only the gentlest shadows dancing across the wooden walls. Here, in the soft embrace of the workshop, there are no tasks to complete and nowhere else you need to be. You are safe, warm and free to simply drift into rest, guided by the quiet spirit of the timber and the peaceful rhythm of the night. As you step across the threshold into the cool shadow of the traditional timber workshop, the air immediately envelops you with a stillness that feels centuries deep. High above, heavy structural beams rest in silent alignment, their smooth surfaces polished by years of quiet, dedicated craft. The fading dusk filters soft amber rays through wide wooden slatted windows, catching fine particles of sawdust suspended in the still air like tiny flakes of floating gold. Here, time moves at the slow, deliberate pace of growing trees, completely untroubled by the rush of the outside world. Resting near the open doorway, long boards of carefully arranged timber rest upon sturdy wooden supports, lingering in patient stillness as a gentle breeze whispers across their grain. In the quiet forests of northern Aomori Prefecture, carpenters season Aomori hiba, Thujopsis dalabrata, timber in shaded yards, allowing the wood to slowly concentrate natural asterisk, hinokitiol asterisk, an organic compound whose soothing aroma fills the workshop while protecting the wood against decay for centuries. This soft, resinous scent drifts through the airy space, carrying notes of clean pine and damp mountain stone, inviting your shoulders to sink lower and your breathing to become slow, effortless, and deep. Moving further into the gentle hush of the workspace, your footsteps fall softly against the worn pine floorboards, which give off a quiet, rhythmic creak that feels like a welcoming lullaby. The craftsman's hand tools sit neatly arranged along long cedar workbenches, wooden hand planes with gleaming steel blades resting gently on their sides, soft iron chisels laid carefully in padded cloth rolls, and delicate bamboo marking gauges resting quietly until tomorrow's soft morning sunrise. Beside a broad central workbench lies a freshly planed timber beam, its surface so perfectly smooth it gleams under the warm glow of a paper lantern hanging high in the rafters. The paper-thin shavings beneath it curl in pale ribbon-like waves across the floor, releasing a rich, comforting fragrance that grounds the mind in quiet reflection. Craftsmen select deep crimson akami heartwood from 150-year-old Yoshino cedars in Nara Prefecture, where dense natural concentrations of ferruginol diterpenes yield an aromatic, rot-resistant wood that smells gently of sweet earth. Running your hand lightly over the close-grained surface, you can feel the quiet strength stored within each tight growth ring. A calm history recorded season by season in absolute peace. Every corner of this peaceful sanctuary reflects a deep reverence for nature, where wood is never merely cut, but listened to, understood, and carefully nurtured into lasting form. Outside, a gentle evening drizzle begins to fall, tapping softly against the heavy tiled eaves, and bringing out an even deeper richness in the aroma of the seasoned timber resting indoors. The cool night air mixes seamlessly with the lingering warmth of the workshop, creating a deeply restful atmosphere where every breath feels clean, grounding, and restoring. Shadows stretch lazily across the orderly rows of hand-hewn posts and resting joinery joints, wrapping the entire room in a soft blanket of evening calm. There is no urgency here, only the steady, timeless rhythm of timber preparing for its long future as part of a quiet home or temple. As the last light fades into gentle twilight, the workshop settles into total repose, inviting you to let go of all lingering thoughts, sink into the soothing warmth, and rest peacefully under the watchful protection of ancient wood. Stepping further into the quiet, shaded interior of the workshop, the ambient air cools noticeably, carrying the soothing, resinous fragrance of aged timber and sweet pine shavings. Soft shadows stretch gently across the smooth wooden floorboards, while outside, a subtle twilight breeze whispers through the surrounding bamboo grove. Away from the busy workbench and resting tools, giant cedar logs lie in peaceful repose upon low wooden trestles, their straight profiles silhouetted against paper-screened shoji windows. The soft, golden light of late afternoon filters through the translucent paper panels, casting a warm and amber glow upon the finely textured surfaces of the resting trunks. Each massive timber carries with it the quiet memory of the quiet mountain forests from which it came, holding the tranquil cadence of passing seasons, soft rainfall, and morning mist within its dense, tightly woven annual rings. In this serene and shaded space, time seems to slow down to match the gradual, patient rhythm of the wood itself, inviting you to let go of the day's thoughts and rest your senses in the surrounding stillness. Among these carefully preserved storehouse timbers are pristine alcove pillars, whose silky, glass-like smoothness invites the gentle touch of a resting hand. Long before arriving at this workshop, in the foggy Kitayama Mountains north of Kyoto, foresters gently polish the barkless trunks of standing *Kitayama-tsugi cedar trees, using fine sand from the Kiyotaki River, yielding smooth *Migaki Maruda logs that remain pleasantly cool to the touch. This traditional burnishing method demands great patience and delicate care, polishing away every outer imperfection while preserving the unvarnished purity and natural character of the cedar. The microscopic grains of wet river sand buff the outer wood fibers until the surface catches the light with a soft satin sheen, highlighting the perfect straightness achieved through centuries of careful forest stewardship. When your fingers move slowly across the cool, satin surface of one of these finished logs, it feels remarkably smooth and tranquil underhand, almost like water-worn river stone, yet holding a subtle organic warmth deep beneath its surface. It is a quiet testament to the enduring relationship between human patience and nature's slow growth. Crafting wooden pillars intended to bring serene balance to traditional tea rooms and alcoves for generations to come. As dusk softens into evening throughout the workshop, a gentle quiet settles over every corner of the peaceful room. The faint, resinous fragrance of polished cedar blends harmoniously with the cool night air, creating an atmosphere of restful quietude that lulls the mind into deep relaxation. Outside, a gentle mountain rain begins to fall, its steady, rhythmic patter against the heavy tiled roof, creating a comforting sound that echoes softly through the high rafters. Resting your hand upon the smooth timber one final time, the soothing coolness of the cedar lingers gently against your skin, bringing a deep sense of quiet grounding and physical ease. Dust motes dance lazily in the soft glow of lantern light before floating silently to the floor. As all remaining thoughts dissolve into the peaceful calm of the night, wrapped in the timeless stillness of this traditional woodworking sanctuary, your breathing naturally slows, becoming long, deep, and steady, guiding you effortlessly toward a peaceful and restorative sleep. As twilight gently settles over the timber workshop, the quiet room fills with the warm, resinous perfume of aged Japanese cypress and fragrant red cedar. Filtered evening light passes softly through paper shoji screens, casting long, serene shadows across the polished wooden floorboards and tidy workbenches. Rows of hand planes, chisels, and hand saws rest in peaceful order, their steel blades wiped clean and still after a long day of quiet craft. Silky curls of wood shavings lie scattered like pale ribbons across the floor, releasing their sweet, grounding aroma into the stillness. High above, massive ceiling beams of dark, hand-hewn timber stretch into the rafters, creating a sturdy canopy that has sheltered generations of woodworkers. Walking through this tranquil sanctuary, each slow and measured step feels weightless, immersed in a soothing silence broken only by the soft, rhythmic whisper of the evening breeze outside. Moving further into the gentle dimness, you come upon carefully stacked pillars of Hinoki cypress, waiting patiently for their place in a future structure. Each log carries the delicate, concentric story of its own life, recorded in fine lines etched across its heartwood over decades of quiet growth upon the mountain slopes. The surface of the wood feels cool and reassuringly smooth beneath your fingertips, carrying a faint warmth that seems to linger from the daylight hours. In traditional Japanese joinery, a tree is never viewed merely as raw material, but as a living presence whose natural character must be understood and respected. The carpenter listens to the grain, observing how the wood breathes, expands, and settles with the changing moisture of the seasons, honoring the subtle forces that shaped its growth in the high, misty forests long before it ever arrived at the workshop bench. It is this profound reverence for nature that guides the ancient hand of the craftsman in every cut and joint. Master carpenters practice *kaigakoro*, or the heart of the tree, a principle codified by the legendary Horyu-ji temple master, Tsunekazu Nishioka. This foundational philosophy teaches that timber ought to be positioned within a building to match the exact cardinal direction it faced, while rooted on its native mountain slope. Wood harvested from a south-facing slope, having developed sun-dense annual rings through years of constant solar warmth, is intentionally placed on the southern side of the structure so that it naturally absorbs southern sun exposure without twisting or warping over time. By matching the building's orientation to the tree's original memory, the structure achieves an enduring equilibrium, allowing the timber to rest in perfect harmony with the elements, just as it did for decades upon the hillsides. Standing amidst these ancient beams, a deep sense of stillness enfolds the workshop, inviting the mind to unwind from the cares of the day. The knowledge that every pillar is placed with such gentle foresight brings a quiet comfort, as if the building itself were softly breathing in harmony with the surrounding forest. Moonlight now traces thin silver lines across the fragrant cypress posts, highlighting the subtle beauty of their straight, unbroken grain. Outside, the night grows dark and peaceful, while inside, the atmosphere remains warm, sheltered, and deeply calm. Surrounded by the timeless wisdom of the craft and the comforting sense of cedar and earth, your thoughts grow pleasantly heavy, allowing you to settle into a state of quiet contentment and drift effortlessly into a restful, restorative sleep. Step into the quiet sanctuary of a traditional Japanese timber workshop, where the gentle fragrance of freshly planed Hinoki and cedar drifts on the slow evening air. Soft dusk light filters through paper shoji screens, casting long, peaceful shadows across floorboards swept clean of the day's work. Save for delicate curls of aromatic wood shavings resting like pale ribbons in the corners. Under the high timber rafters, the sounds of the outer world fade into a restful stillness, leaving only the soft whisper of evening wind rustling the bamboo in the courtyard garden. Heavy wooden workbenches, smooth and darkened by generations of skilled hands, rest quietly beside brass rulers, fine ink pots, and hand planes lying in neat rows. A master carpenter moves calmly across the room, his movements unhurried and measured. He pauses before a long column of solid cypress, placing a gentle hand upon its cool surface to read the grain beneath his fingers. Every log cradled within these walls carries its own quiet history, a memory of mountain rains, passing seasons, and decades of silent growth recorded in concentric rings beneath the bark. In the Miyadaiku tradition of sacred temple and shrine carpentry, a tree is not treated as inert lumber, but as a living entity whose nature must be honored long after harvest. To craft a structure capable of enduring for centuries, the carpenter seeks to understand the exact conditions under which the tree matured on the forest ridge, how the winter snows bent its trunk, how the autumn storms tested its resilience, and how the arc of the sun bathed its needles in warmth, all shape the wood's internal character and grain pattern. Respecting this natural heritage is essential for maintaining stability within complex interlocking joinery. When preparing the structural pillars for a building, the craftsman carefully inspects the growth rings to determine the tree's original cardinal orientation on the slope. Following centuries-old Miyadaiku tradition, timber harvested from south-facing mountain slopes is always positioned on the south side of a building frame to match its lifelong exposure to sun and wind. By honoring this alignment, the post continues to breathe in harmony with the weather, expanding and contracting smoothly alongside the daily movement of the sun. As darkness settles gently over the workshop, the master carpenter paints a small, precise mark of black ink upon the end of the log to guide its placement during assembly. The cool night air deepens, carrying the soothing scent of cypress resin and moist earth from the garden into every timber-framed alcove. All around the room, hand tools rest in padded wooden boxes, their polished blades still after a day of quiet precision. There is a comforting permanence in this place, a serene rhythm born of patience and deep respect for the natural world. The heavy timber posts stand ready in the fading twilight, prepared to form a sanctuary that will offer quiet shelter across generations. You can feel the tranquil rhythm of the workshop settling softly into your own breath, inviting a deep sense of ease and stillness. As the stars appear above the quiet mountains, let your mind rest in the peaceful sanctuary of the timber workshop, drifting slowly into a calm and restful sleep. As you step deeper into the tranquil warmth of the timber workshop, the rich, soothing fragrance of freshly planed Hinoki cypress and aged red cedar hangs lightly in the evening air. Soft, ribbon-like curls of pale wood shavings rest upon the smoothed earthen floor like delicate golden tendrils, reflecting the gentle amber light fading through the slatted timber walls. Outside, a soft night breeze whispers through the surrounding bamboo grove, while inside, the atmosphere remains hushed, warm, and deeply comforting. The workshop seems to breathe with an ancient, resting cadence, far removed from the busy chatter of the outer world. Every wooden hand plane sits quietly on its side upon the workbench to protect its keen edge. Every iron chisel rests wrapped in its soft canvas pouch, and the substantial wooden posts stand as steadfast guardians, holding the heavy timber roof in calm, silent repose. Soft dust motes float lazily in the dim, golden rays of twilight, inviting your mind to slow down, release all tension, and sink into complete, restful relaxation. Moving slowly past the polished workbenches, your eyes are drawn to the sturdy structural logs that form the primary backbone of the building. Long before these majestic timbers entered the quiet sanctuary of the workshop, they stood upon misty mountain slopes for generations, absorbing summer rains, swaying in high mountain winds, and drawing life upward from the deep, fertile earth. Traditional artisans hold a deep, respectful understanding of this living heritage, honoring the inherent nature of each tree rather than forcing it into artificial or rigid forms. Following the *Kinokyus* principle, preserved by master carpenter Tsunekazu Nishioka, structural logs are always joined root end to root end to maintain the natural flow of microscopic sap channels across the building. This thoughtful alignment allows the timber to continue breathing seamlessly, absorbing and releasing atmospheric moisture in complete harmony with the passing seasons, ensuring the entire structure remains stable, relaxed, and peaceful for centuries to come. You can almost feel the quiet, enduring vitality residing within these joined timbers, standing together in serene equilibrium without needing a single metal nail or iron bracket. Gazing upward into the shadowy rafters overhead, a profound sense of visual peace sweeps over the entire space. Every interlocking beam, delicate ceiling slat, paper screen transom, and supporting bracket set feels effortlessly proportional, creating an atmosphere of deep rest, safety, and quiet order. This effortless balance is the result of a refined design philosophy that connects every part of the workshop into a single, cohesive melody. Traditional workshops adhere to *Kiwarijutsu*, a modular proportioning system codified during the Edo period, where the diameter of a single main column quietly dictates the harmonious dimensions of every beam, bracket, and door frame. Because every timber element flows naturally from the fundamental scale of that initial main pillar, there are no harsh contrasts or distracting irregularities to catch your attention or disturb your rest. The entire room breathes as one unified, tranquil form, guiding your thoughts gently into a serene, dreamlike quiet as soft night fully settles over the peaceful timber hall. Step beyond the quiet rear doors of the timber workshop, where a winding path of smooth river stones leads deeper into the cool, dappled shadows of the surrounding mountain forest. The air here grows subtly heavier with the rich, refreshing mist of flowing water and the soothing scent of damp moss, pine needles, and turned soil. High above, the dense green canopy of old-growth trees filters the golden light of late afternoon into a soft, restful twilight that settles gently over the landscape. A narrow, crystal-clear stream wanders down from the upper ridge, its steady, rhythmic babble echoing softly like a peaceful lullaby against the quiet hillsides. Along the edge of this clear stream lie still, shallow basins carved into the earth and bordered by smooth, moss-covered granite. The surface of the water remains calm and mirror-like, reflecting the slow movement of drifting clouds overhead and the deep, reassuring silence of the woods. Standing at the water's edge, every breath comes easily, filled with the grounding purity of the mountain breeze and the tranquil rhythm of a realm untouched by haste. Floating silently within these sheltered ponds are massive, dark trunks, resting motionless beneath the surface of the slow-moving current. Freshly felled saguaro cypress logs are submerged in shaded mountain stream ponds, for up to 12 months, gently leaching out cell sap and sugars to prevent splitting and protect the timber from insects. In this slow, submerged slumber, the water acts as a gentle preservative, working in quiet harmony with the wood's inner fiber to prepare it for generations of architectural life. The natural movement of the mountain stream washes away the fragile organic compounds that might otherwise invite decay, leaving behind only the resilient, straight-grained heartwood that craftsmen have treasured for centuries. Floating so peacefully in their cool bath, the logs appear almost asleep, anchored to the gravel beds by heavy hemp ropes and smoothed stones that hold them in place. The quiet water laps softly against the dark, saturated bark with a rhythmic murmur, creating a soothing background pulse that encourages the mind to slow down and unwind. There is no rush in this traditional method of seasoning. Time is allowed to unfold at its natural pace, measuring progress not in hours or days, but in the slow turning of mountain seasons. As you follow the mossy bank back toward the main workshop pavilion, a deep sense of patient endurance fills the cool evening air. Up under the wide, sheltering eaves of the drying sheds, logs that completed their year-long soak in seasons past now rest stacked in neat, airy tiers, slowly drying in the gentle mountain draft. Their fine grain has tightened into a velvety, durable surface, carrying the subtle, sweet aroma of saguaro cypress, a scent both clean and comforting. The peaceful transition from living forest to submerged seasoning, and finally to air-cured timber, speaks to a profound respect for materials and the slow art of traditional joinery. Here, where every log is given the gift of time and rest before its transformation into structural beams and sliding screens, the evening settles with a tranquil finality. The surrounding forest grows still. The sound of the stream softens into a steady, quiet whisper, and the entire workshop rests under the soft blanket of dusk, wrapped in timeless calm. Stepping quietly out from the inner workbench into the soft breeze of the shaded courtyard, your eyes adjust to the gentle filtering of daylight through high slatted walls. Here, sheltered from direct sun and harsh rain, the air carries a deep, grounding aroma, an intricate blending of cool earth, aging resin, and the crisp, clean scent of dry wood shavings. Long aisles of timber stacks rest in structured patience, suspended slightly off the ground on heavy cedar sleepers to allow the natural currents of evening air to pass freely beneath them. In this tranquil corridor of the workshop, time slows to the silent rhythm of the seasons. There is no rush, no urgency in the way the wood is held and cared for. Every beam is given all the space it requires to settle, breathe, and yield its internal moisture to the gentle atmosphere. The sound of distant leaves rustling outside provides a soothing rhythm, reinforcing the profound stillness that cradles these resting logs. Among the stacks lie massive trunks of asterisk kiyaki, the prized Japanese zelkova renowned for its remarkable density, intricate grain patterns, and enduring structural strength. When seasoning dense kiyaki, Japanese selkova logs for temple brackets, carpenters store the timber in shaded open-air sheds for 1 full year per inch of wood thickness, until moisture content quietly balances at 12%. This unhurried process honors the living history of the tree, allowing each grain line to adjust gradually to changes in ambient temperature and humidity without splitting, cracking, or twisting. Month after month, through warm summer afternoons and frosty winter nights, the timber rests under the cool shelter of the slatted roof, releasing its internal dampness step by delicate step. The carpenters check on these massive pieces with quiet respect, resting their palms against the dry surface, knowing that true structural stability in traditional timber framing can never be rushed or forced. It is a profound lesson in patience, where long years of peaceful waiting slowly transform raw, heavy logs into a reliable material capable of standing resolute for centuries. As you drift further along the quiet passageway, the faint scent of seasoned selkova lingering softly in the air, the surrounding atmosphere invites a deep sense of peace and stillness. The logs rest in complete harmony with their surroundings, having reached that gentle equilibrium where wood and atmosphere exist as one. Soft evening shadows stretch lazily across the packed earthen floor as the daylight fades outside, painting the weathered grain of the wood in subtle golden tones. Each thick beam, protected by careful arrangement and natural airflow, carries a quiet promise of future strength, destined one day to be shaped by hand planes into precise joinery that will support temple roofs far into the future. But for tonight, there is no cutting, shaping, or carving, only the motionless sanctuary of the open-air shed. You take a slow, restorative breath, aligning your own calm cadence with the peaceful, steady rhythm of the workshop, feeling thoroughly anchored by the silent, enduring presence of the timber, resting quietly all around you. As you step softly across the workshop's worn dirt floor, a profound sense of quiet settles over the space, bathed in the muted amber light of late afternoon. The air is still and cool, rich with the comforting, grounded aroma of freshly shaved wood, dry earth, and aged resin. Broad timber posts frame the open bay, standing as silent guardians, while gentle breezes move lazily through the slatted screens. Every tool rests in its place along the wooden pegs, heavy chisels, polished draw knives, and hand planes, all quieted after long hours of careful craft. Here, time seems to slow down to match the deliberate, peaceful cadence of the ancient forest from which these magnificent trees once grew. The high timber ceiling catches the softest fading light, casting long, peaceful shadows across the floor, where soft piles of fragrant cedar shavings lie completely undisturbed, curling like tiny golden ribbons in the twilight stillness. moving further into the tranquil sanctuary of the timber yard. Long logs rest horizontally on raised wooden blocks, undergoing a slow, meditative seasoning process that spans many changing seasons. As you approach these massive trunks, your eyes rest upon the smooth, translucent sheen covering the exposed circular growth rings at their ends. To seal end grain pores during long seasoning periods, woodworkers brush log ends with fanori asterisk, a natural jelly extracted from boiled Gloiopodes tenax red algae that slows moisture evaporation to prevent radial cracking. This gentle, time-honored application allows the inner moisture of the timber to release slowly and evenly over months or years, ensuring the wood remains whole, calm, and free of internal strain as it gradually matures into stable building material. The faint, clean scent of the sea algae blends softly into the deep, resinous warmth of the timber, creating a delicate fragrance that whispers of both mountain forest and calm shore resting together in peaceful harmony. Nearby, arranged in neat, low stacks along the stone footings, lie the heavy timber sills designated for the foundation base of traditional wooden structures. These thick, rectangular beams carry a noticeable weight and density, their smooth surfaces displaying a tight, dark grain that speaks of slow growth and quiet resilience against the damp elements. For lower foundation sills known as *dai*, carpenters specifically select dense Kuri *, Japanese chestnut, timber, relying on its naturally high tannic acid content to quietly repel moisture and soil microbes for over 3 centuries. Resting close to the cool earth, where ground mist lingers on quiet mornings, these chestnut sills are engineered by nature itself to endure the long, patient passage of time, protecting the lighter framing above from decay, without the need for harsh artificial chemicals or treatments. The rich, tea-like scent of the chestnut timber blends seamlessly with the restful atmosphere of the workshop, grounding the entire space in a deep feeling of permanence, comfort, and calm. Each beam, plank, and board settles into the surrounding hush as dusk gradually deepens outside the paper screens. The entire workshop holds its breath in the falling evening, enveloped in soft shadows, cool air, and the quiet promise of enduring strength resting in gentle sleep. Step softly into the dimming light of the workshop, where the evening shadows stretch long across clean, hand-scraped floorboards, and the soothing aroma of shaved timber fills the cool air. The busy work of the day has quieted now, leaving only the gentle whisper of an evening breeze passing through the paper shoji screens, and the subtle scent of cedar, cypress, and dried wood shavings lingering in every corner. Near the back of the studio, stacked neatly along walls of weathered wood, sit light planks of pale, fine-grained lumber, waiting patiently for the artisan's touch. Here, among hand tools resting in their custom wooden trays, and polished iron blades coated in protective oil. One senses a profound harmony between human patience and the quiet rhythms of the natural world. The entire space seems to hold its breath in the stillness of dusk, creating a sanctuary where time moves at the unhurried pace of traditional craftsmanship. As you walk further into the calm interior, your eyes rest upon a series of small, beautifully proportioned storage cabinets, known for keeping textiles and delicate treasures safe across changing seasons. Among the various woods stored within these peaceful walls, none commands quite the same gentle reverence for fine chest making as the lightweight timber harvested from the Paulownia tree. Craftsmen select seasoned *kiri, Paulownia, wood for delicate drawers, knowing its cellular wall structures expand during humid summer months to create a seamless airtight seal, then quietly relax when dry winter air returns. This extraordinary natural respiration allows sensitive garments, silk kimonos, and precious scrolls to remain safely shielded from humidity without relying on mechanical hardware or modern synthetic sealants. It is a living design, born from centuries of observation and a deep partnership between the woodworker and the forest. Each individual drawer within these chests is fitted with such exact, microplaned precision that when one drawer is pushed gently into its housing, the slight displacement of trapped air causes the neighboring drawers to float outward just a fraction of an inch. Watching this soft, silent movement in the quiet twilight feels almost like watching the furniture take a slow, rhythmic breath of its own. It serves as a soothing reminder of how raw botanical structures retain their unique characteristics long after they have left the mountainside. The artisan does not force the timber into submission, but rather listens to its inherent nature, carving each joint to accommodate the subtle shifting of the grain through warm summers and crisp, quiet winters. As night fully settles over the surrounding courtyard gardens, the ambient sounds of the evening melt into a continuous, comforting lullaby. The faint rustle of soft shavings underfoot, the mild creak of heavy roof beams cooling after the day's sun, and the distant, rhythmic trickle of water from a bamboo spout outside all blend seamlessly into the quiet atmosphere. In this serene haven of woodcraft, every surface speaks of care, stillness, and an unwavering respect for the slow passage of time. There is no urgency here, no noise to disrupt your peace, only the soft, reassuring presence of hand-turned timber. Let the comforting scent of paulownia and cedar wash over you, relaxing your body and easing your mind into a deep, restful slumber. As dusk settles gently over the traditional Japanese workshop, the lingering warmth of the day gives way to a cool, soothing stillness. Golden evening light filters softly through the paper shoji screens, casting elongated, peaceful shadows across wide planks of fragrant Hinoki cypress and ancient tsugi cedar. The air inside is remarkably still, rich with the clean, earthy perfume of shaved wood and natural resins that have settled deeply into every grain of the structural frame. Here, far removed from the hurry of the outside world, the rhythm of craft slows down to match the steady pace of deep, restful breathing. Shavings of pale wood curl like soft ribbons upon the workbench, while handcrafted iron chisels rest side by side on worn wool cloths, their edges silent in the fading twilight glow. Every timber beam seems to absorb the quietude, holding decades of patience and quiet devotion within its solid heartwood. Walking slowly across the polished pine floorboards, each unhurried step makes only a soft whisper, guiding your thoughts deeper into a sanctuary of profound calm and gentle ease. In the center of the hall rests a massive, beautifully aged beam of cedar, carefully selected from mountain forests and seasoned over many long seasons to allow its internal moisture to balance with the surrounding air. The surface bears the subtle markings left by traditional hand planes, smooth to the touch and pleasantly cool under an outstretched hand. Before any intricate joinery is carved to interlock these massive structural members, without using a single metal nail, a quiet and essential diagnostic ritual takes place. Before carving complex joinery, craftsmen lightly tap seasoned beams with a wooden mallet, listening closely to the clear, resonant frequency that confirms internal soundness amidst the quiet of the workshop. The sound rises like a single, pure note from a distant temple bell, a clear, sustained tone that echoes softly through the timber rafters before slowly dissolving back into absolute silence. To the trained ear of the master artisan, this delicate acoustic pitch reveals the inner structural health hidden within the heartwood, assuring that no hidden voids or internal fractures compromise the strength of the wood. Satisfied with the timber's clear, steady voice, the woodworker gently pauses, allowing the lingering vibration to melt away into the still air. This mindful listening forms the essential heart of traditional Japanese timber carpentry, where every beam is treated not merely as construction material, but as a living element with its own subtle character and history. The precision required for these intricate joinery cuts, where interlocking mortises and tenons slide together with seamless accuracy, demands complete quietude and patient harmony between the craftsman and the wood. As night deepens completely outside the paper screens, the entire workshop wraps itself in a soft blanket of darkness, warmth, and peace. The tools remain silent on their wooden racks. The seasoned timber continues to breathe its soothing evergreen scent into the cool evening air, and the lingering memory of that pure, resonant note settles over the room like a soft bedtime lullaby. With every slow, steady breath, the calm atmosphere invites a feeling of total surrender and tranquil repose, weightless and serene, as your mind drifts effortlessly into deep, restful sleep. As dusk settles over the quiet workshop, a gentle calm lingers in the cool evening air, where the rich, resinous aroma of freshly planed Hinoki cypress hangs softly in the stillness. Light fades through paper shoji screens, casting peaceful shadows over polished timber workbenches and carefully arranged hand tools. Resting quietly upon a smoothed wooden table lies a cherished instrument of traditional Japanese joinery, a master craftsman's personal measuring rod. Master carpenters maintain a personal *shakuzue* measuring rod carved from seasoned *sakura* cherry wood, prized for its ultra-low coefficient of thermal expansion that prevents microscopic measurement drift across changing workshop temperatures. The dense cherry wood, seasoned slowly across decades until its cell structure settles into absolute thermal stability, feels remarkably smooth and cool beneath resting fingers. As nightfall brings subtle shifts in temperature across the open workshop, the cherry wood stays unwavering, keeping every hand-carved increment true down to the finest fraction of a millimeter. In this tranquil silence, holding the measuring rod offers a soothing sense of permanence, a quiet reminder of how patience and natural materials work in harmony. Beside the measuring rod rests another indispensable companion of the trade, catching the golden light of a paper lantern, an L-shaped steel square known as the *sashigane*, flexible yet resilient. This slender ribbon of steel carries centuries of geometric elegance within its refined proportions and dual-sided markings. Master carpenters use an L-shaped steel square called *sashigane*, which features a secondary *urame scale calibrated to a factor of 1.414 /SQRT2, allowing craftsmen to calculate the exact dimension of a square beam within a round log without writing a single calculation. By simply resting the outer corner of the square against the circular end face of a raw tree trunk, the carpenter reads the reverse scale directly, instantly revealing the maximum dimension of the square timber hidden within the bark. There is a deep, peaceful grace in this effortless mathematical relationship, eliminating the need for scratch paper, written equations, or mental strain, allowing the craftsman's mind to remain quiet, unhurried, and fully relaxed. Every corner of the timber workshop embodies this spirit of quiet precision and soft, rhythmic peace. High above, heavy cedar roof beams frame the shadowy ceiling, holding the calm history of countless seasons of dedicated craft. Soft, translucent ribbons of planed wood shavings lie scattered across the earthen floor like a plush carpet, absorbing the quiet murmur of evening footsteps and releasing their fresh, piney perfume into the cool air. Outside, a gentle night breeze moves through the surrounding bamboo grove, creating a soft rustle that lulls the valley into sleep. Each hand plane and chisel, wiped clean of fine sawdust and protected with a thin coat of aromatic camellia oil, rests peacefully inside a cedar chest, nestled in soft cloth until morning light returns. Surrounded by the soothing scents of seasoned cherry wood, aged cypress, and sweet botanical oils. A calming stillness washes over you. The quiet balance of the master's tools, perfected through centuries of gentle practice, invites your body to let go of every lingering tension. Your breathing slows to match the quiet cadence of the night breeze outside, deep and steady. With each gentle breath, your thoughts drift like light wood shavings on a calm stream, floating away as a deep, comforting drowsiness settles in, guiding you softly into a peaceful, unbroken sleep. Step into the soft, welcoming shadows of the traditional timber workshop, where the cool evening air carries the clean, resinous aroma of freshly planed Hinoki cypress and aged mountain cedar. The industrious noise of the day has long since faded into a profound, soothing stillness, leaving behind only the gentle scent of sweet wood and the quiet presence of hand tools resting upon smooth wooden benches. Delicate, feather-light ribbons of wood shavings lie scattered across the earthen floor, catching the last soft rays of twilight as they filter through the high paper screen windows. Beneath the soaring expanse of massive timber trusses that have stood resilient for centuries, the atmosphere is heavy with tranquility. As you walk slowly between the towering structural posts, you can feel the deep care embedded in every surface, faint grid lines drawn with sumi ink, precise graphite markings, and hand-carved mortise and tenon joints designed to interlock seamlessly without the need for a single iron fastener. Everything in this sacred space speaks to an ancient, enduring patience, an unhurried devotion to craft that relies not on noisy engines or complex modern machinery, but on the quiet, observant wisdom of working in harmony with nature. Near the wide central bay of the building's framework, where heavy main beams stretch across the breadth of the hall, the master carpenter works with soft, measured movements to establish the foundational height of the structure, to establish perfect horizontal baselines across wide building frames. Master carpenters fill a flexible bamboo tube with mountain spring water to create a Mizunawa level, aligning the calm, static meniscuses at each end. The clear spring fluid naturally seeks its own perfect level across the great distance, coming to rest in complete stillness within the small glass or open bamboo indicators fixed at each end of the tube. As the carpenter waits patiently for the slightest ripples to subside, the liquid surface becomes as still and clear as a mountain mirror, capturing the soft, warm reflections of the heavy roof timbers above. There is no haste in this gentle ritual, no struggle against the material. There is only the quiet alignment of human vision with the steady, unyielding gravity of water at rest. When the meniscuses at both ends rest in absolute harmony, a subtle line of black ink is snapped across the grain, fixing a true, unbending horizon that will guide every joint and post yet to be raised. As twilight fades completely into night, a peaceful hush settles over the entire workshop. The cool spring water from the level, is gently poured back into the stone basin in the garden outside, its quiet purpose fulfilled, leaving the marked timbers to rest side by side in the dim light. All around you, the grand wooden framework of the building seems to breathe in harmony with the gentle evening wind, perfectly poised upon baselines established by the quiet laws of fluid dynamics. The lingering scent of damp earth, forest moss, and fragrant tree resins fills the space, wrapping the workshop in a blanket of calm that shields it from the restless movement of the outside world. Every joint, post, and beam carries the serene memory of this water-guided balance, holding the building's structure in place with effortless grace and quiet strength. With each slow, easy breath you take, your mind drifts closer to that same unbroken stillness, floating gently like the peaceful water in the bamboo tube, until you are carried away into a deep, comforting, and restorative sleep. Step across the low wooden threshold into the serene atmosphere of the traditional timber workshop, where the rich, resinous perfume of freshly planed hinoki and cedar rests gently upon the cool evening air. Soft curls of shaved would lie scattered across the clean earthen floor like pale, fragrant ribbons, dampening the sound of every slow, deliberate step through the spacious hall. Outside, a gentle breeze whispers through the surrounding pine trees, while inside, warm paper lanterns cast a quiet, golden glow across the heavy workbenches. Resting upon these benches are long, straight beams of seasoned timber, their hand-hewn surfaces polished smooth by time-honored planes. Here, the restless chatter of the day fades into absolute tranquility, replaced by the calm, measured rhythm of ancient Japanese woodworking traditions that honor the natural spirit of every tree. At the central workbench, a master carpenter prepares to mark the timbers for their future place in the building frame. Arranged neatly beside him are the classic tools of the trade: delicate chisels, fine wooden squares, a carved wooden ink pot called a sumitsubo asterisk, and slender bamboo ink pens. The craftsman dips a fine bamboo pen into the deep black sumi ink, his movements slow, fluid, and unhurried. Each timber beam has been carefully selected for its strength, grain direction, and character, nurtured through decades of natural growth in forest valleys. Now, before any joinery is cut or fitted, the timber must receive its precise identity within the structure. The workshop is bathed in peaceful quiet, broken only by the soft, rhythmic dip of the bamboo pen into ink and the faint, comforting rustle of wood shavings underfoot. Before assembling a building frame, carpenters mark every beam face with a quiet spatial coordinate grid, using the classical asterisk, iroha asterisk poem, and Japanese numerals, ensuring each interlocking joint fits into its precise location without a sound. Along one axis of the timber layout, characters from the ancient asterisk, iroha asterisk poem, a historic pangram revered for its tranquil melody, indicate the specific row, while traditional kanji numbers along the transverse axis mark the exact column. This elegant grid system assigns an unambiguous coordinate to every post, tie beam, and mortise in 3 dimensions. As the dark ink sets softly against the pale, aromatic wood, it creates an infallible map of the entire structure. When the time comes for assembly, every tenon slides into its corresponding mortise with effortless ease, needing no forceful adjustment or noisy correction. Watching this quiet system of order take form brings a profound sense of peace and reassurance to the workshop. Each painted character sits in silent harmony with the natural grain of the wood, bridging the gap between raw forest timber and refined architectural structure. As the final ink lines dry in the gentle lantern light, an overarching stillness settles across the wide hall. The marked beams rest side by side in perfect readiness, patiently holding their assigned coordinates in the soft darkness. The subtle scent of cedar lingers in the quiet air, wrapping the workspace in a blanket of natural warmth and calm. As night deepens outside the shoji screens, the workshop slumbers, its thoughtful order inviting your mind to unwind and drift into a deep, effortless rest. The evening air inside the timber workshop is stillness itself, rich with the warm, resinous aroma of freshly planed cedar resting upon sturdy low wooden trestles. Twilight filters softly through the paper screen shoji panels, casting long, peaceful shadows across rows of traditional hand tools laid out in perfect, deliberate order upon the workbenches. Down the center of the quiet room lies a massive, straight-grained timber beam, stripped of its outer bark and planed until its pale surface glows faintly in the dimming natural light. Every movement within this restful space is unhurried and full of reverence, honoring the long, living history contained deep within the annual growth rings of the ancient trees. A soft evening breeze touches the wooden eaves outside, carrying the cool, clean scent of night garden moss, while inside, the comforting warmth of the daylight hours lingers gently in the heavy timber frames. Here, time seems to stretch out like the long, unbroken grain of the wood, inviting the mind to settle into a calm, steady rhythm alongside the silent tools that rest after a long day of quiet, dedicated craft. In the center of this quiet tranquility, the craftsman reaches for a hand-carved sumitsubo asterisk, a traditional layout ink pot whose wooden form has been smoothed by decades of patient hands and soft oil. Within its small reservoir, raw silk fibers hold a deep pool of fragrant pine soot ink, storing the dark pigment gently so that it remains suspended and ready. He slowly draws out a fine silk thread from the vessel, anchoring one end at the far corner of the long cedar beam, before stepping back with calm, deliberate strides to pull the line perfectly taut across the full length of the timber. standing motionless in the soft glow of the lantern. He lifts the thread a fraction of an inch above the pale wood and releases it with a delicate, practiced touch. By plucking this fine silk thread, drawn through the hand-carved sumitsubo ink pot, filled with raw silk fibers and pine soot ink, craftsmen snap precise layout lines across long timber beams, leaving a silent, dark mark just 0.2 millimeters wide without bleeding into the cedar grain. This crisp, delicate line runs across the timber like a silent whisper of intent, establishing the exact geometric heart of the beam with absolute grace, precision, and undisturbed peace. With the line now flawlessly inscribed, the craftsman slowly winds the fine thread back into the ink pot, the small wooden crank turning with a soft, hypnotic friction that hums gently in the quiet room. The pine soot ink settles back into the cushion of silk fibers, its subtle earthy fragrance blending softly with the sweet, clean perfume of thin wood shavings curled neatly near the workbench floor. Surrounding the newly marked beam are the peaceful companions of the joiner's art: heavy wooden mallets, slender chisels, and hand planes resting peacefully on their wooden sides to preserve their keen iron edges. Outside, the night deepens, folding the quiet workshop into a serene embrace, while inside, every beam, plank, and tool reposes in harmonious balance. The dark layout line rests lightly upon the pale cedar grain, holding the promise of future joinery. Yet for now, it simply exists in quiet stillness, guiding the restless mind toward an effortless and deeply satisfying slumber. Stepping deeper into the quiet sanctuary of the joinery shop, the air grows still, cool, and fragrant, carrying the rich, balsamic perfume of freshly planed Hinoki and red cedar. Soft, warm light filters through the paper shoji screens along the wall, casting long, peaceful shadows across the smooth, broad workbenches of aged cypress. Here, long before any timber can be cut or shaped into the frames of a traditional structure, the artisan must trace the silent geometry hidden within each log. The traditional tools for this delicate measurement rest quietly upon a block of dark cherry wood. Among them sits an intricate ink reservoir, hand-carved in the likeness of a small boat or a coiled dragon, housing a pool of dark, velvety sumi ink. Delicate layout lines are marked using a traditional sumitsubo ink pot, where a silk string soaked in damp pine soot ink is lifted and softly plucked against cedar wood to leave hairline guidelines. The sound of that plucked string is no louder than a soft sigh in the room, a gentle asterisk thwack that settles instantly into the silence, leaving behind a dark, mathematically straight trace across the pale, golden grain. This subtle line seems almost to belong to the wood itself, fine as a thread of silk, quietly defining the boundaries of what is to come while preserving the natural serenity of the timber. Beside the ink pot lies another humble instrument, shaped with thoughtful, patient care from natural materials to complement the gentle precision of the craft. When intricate cross markings, angle guides, or detailed mortise boundaries must be drawn upon the surface, a standard brush or rigid scribe will not suffice. For these nuanced and meticulous strokes, artisans carve a marking pen called a sumisashi from a single node of dense matic bamboo, splitting one tip into over 20 delicate teeth that hold pine soot ink through capillary action to trace quiet, feather-light layout lines across raw timber. As the chisel-like edge glides softly across the freshly planed surface, the finely sliced bamboo nib yields gently to the wood's texture, ensuring that the dark ink settles evenly without bleeding into the surrounding pores. The capillary action between the fine bamboo teeth holds just enough ink for long, smooth lines, allowing the craftsperson to mark complex joinery notations with effortless, continuous strokes. The quiet friction of bamboo against raw wood produces a soothing, rhythmic whisper that lulls the mind into a tranquil, meditative state. In the tranquil atmosphere of the workshop, watching these dark, deliberate lines settle into the honey-colored grain brings a comforting sense of harmony, balance, and quiet order. Nothing in this space is hurried. Every stroke of the sumisashi and every pluck of the sumitsubo string is an act of patient listening, aligning human intention with the living character of the wood. The comforting aroma of damp pine soot ink merges with the clean, resinous scent of freshly worked cedar, creating a grounding sensory sanctuary that encourages slow, deep breaths. As the final guidelines are drawn and the artisan sets down the tools, a deep quiet settles over the workshop floor. The raw timbers lie peaceful and prepared under the softening dusk, and the mind feels free to let go of the day, drifting gently into a deep, restful, and dreamless sleep. Stepping further into the gentle, welcoming hush of the traditional timber workshop, the warm air carries a deep, soothing scent of aged Hinoki cedar and sweet pine resin. Filtered twilight streams softly through the delicate paper shoji screens, casting long, peaceful shadows across the smooth wooden floorboards below. The soft, rhythmic scraping of wooden planes and sharp chisels from earlier hours has long since faded into complete stillness, leaving behind only the quiet, steady pulse of the evening. As you walk slowly past broad workbenches carved from massive slabs of solid timber, you notice the careful, orderly arrangement of every hand tool, laid down with quiet reverence for the day's completed labor. Upon these smooth surfaces rest the silent geometric guides of the ancient craft, faint, remarkably crisp lines inked directly into pale wood, marking out the intricate joints that will soon interlock to hold heavy beams together without the need for a single iron nail. There is an extraordinary sense of peace in observing how these delicate guides come to be, crafted not with harsh metal implements or hurried markers, but through the gentle, deliberate harmony of natural elements brought together by human patience and quiet focus. Near the smooth edge of a newly planed pillar rests a slender, golden length of seasoned bamboo, shaped with remarkable subtlety to serve as the master craftsman's primary layout instrument. To draw microscopic layout lines, woodworkers hand-split the end of a single *matic bamboo stalk into up to 60 flexible, hair-thin teeth to craft a *sumisashi* pen, which holds liquid pine ink by capillary action and glides silently across raw timber as these fine, delicate bristles absorb the rich, dark pine-soot ink from a small carved inkwell. Natural capillary forces draw and hold the liquid neatly within the microscopic channels between each split strand. When touched lightly against the fresh, untreated surface of the wood, the pen releases a line of extraordinary precision, thin as a single strand of natural silk, yet sharp enough to guide a fine saw blade with absolute confidence. The gentle motion across the raw timber produces no sound at all, only a weightless glide that leaves behind tiny, elegant black guides upon the honey-colored grain. Each fine tooth of the split bamboo yields softly to the unique contour and subtle density of the wood beneath it, bridging the organic texture of the forest with the exacting order of traditional Japanese architecture. Watching the quiet, harmonious interaction between split bamboo, rich pine ink, and aromatic cedar brings a deep and comforting rhythm to the mind, inviting slow, restful breaths in the dimming room. The dark ink settles almost instantly into the wood, sealing the precise layout measurements into the timber without bleeding into the soft, surrounding grain. In this peaceful sanctuary of craft, every material retains its connection to the natural world. The bamboo harvested from tranquil groves, the ink ground gently from burnt pine soot, and the structural timber grown over decades on mountain slopes. As evening settles over the workshop, the newly inked lines rest peacefully upon the heavy beams, waiting in serene patience for the gentle touch of tomorrow's chisels. All the tools lie calm upon the workbench. The air remains sweet and completely still, and a deep, restorative stillness envelops the entire workshop as night softly falls. Stepping deeper into the serene sanctuary of the traditional Japanese timber workshop, the surrounding atmosphere shifts into a cool, restorative stillness steeped in the rich, earthy aromas of freshly cut *tsugi cedar and sacred Hinoki Cypress. Soft beams of indirect sunlight trickle down through high wooden louvers, illuminating gentle spirals of fine timber dust that float lazily in the quiet, ambient air. Across the expansive earthen floor, every movement seems suspended in a timeless, deliberate ease, entirely free from the hurried noise of the modern world. Long, noble beams of heartwood rest comfortably upon sturdy wooden trestles, awaiting the practiced and gentle touch of master artisans who have spent decades learning the subtle grain, density, and unique inclinations of each individual tree. The ambient warmth of the late afternoon invites a deep sense of peaceful calm, wrapping the surrounding space in a quiet cocoon where haste is forgotten, and every breath naturally slows to match the patient, grounding pulse of the timber workshop. The soft rustle of curling wood shavings underfoot echoes like a soothing whisper, guiding the senses into an ever-deepening restfulness. Near the central bay of the timber structure, where massive, aged tree trunks lie cradled securely in rustic support frames, the peaceful rhythm of traditional hand sawing unfolds with mesmerizing, quiet grace. In this peaceful space, traditional asterisk kabuki sawyers hand-drip large timber logs using wide-bladed oga pit saws, while timing their strokes to slow, restful work chants known as kabuki yuta, maintaining a calm and steady respiratory rhythm throughout the day. The repetitive, lilting melody of the song harmonizes naturally with the deep, rhythmic breathing of the craftsman, transforming what would otherwise be demanding physical effort into a meditative, gentle labor. Fine, fragrant shavings and soft sawdust fall in a continuous, quiet curtain, landing softly upon the smooth earthen floor like pale winter snow. Each long, deliberate stroke of the wide oga saw produces a low, soothing rasp, a gentle acoustic pulse that lulls the mind into a tranquil, unhurried ease, softening every thought into comfortable, easy stillness. As the kabuki sawyers move together in seamless syncopation, the continuous rise and fall of their traditional song fills the high timber rafters with an atmosphere of profound serenity and timeless calm. The gradual parting of the timber reveals its hidden inner life, exposing tight, elegant annual growth rings that speak of ancient mountain forests and quiet centuries of patient endurance. There is no urgency within these historic timber walls. Every action is measured with deep respect for the natural integrity of the wood and the enduring physical well-being of the craftsmen who shape it. The hypnotic hum of the wide oga blade, paired with the soft, comforting cadence of the kabuki yuta washes gently across the peaceful workshop, encouraging a state of quiet contemplation. With each slow breath drawn and softly released, the boundaries between the craftsman, the tool, and the timber dissolve into the soft harmony of late afternoon. As twilight gradually deepens outside the paper shoji screens, the entire workshop settles into a comforting stillness, inviting complete relaxation, quiet peacefulness, and deep, undisturbed rest. As dusk settles over the quiet valley, a deep and comforting stillness enfolds the traditional timber workshop. High under the exposed rafters, the fragrant aroma of seasoned Hinoki cypress and cryptomeria cedar drifts gently through the cool evening air. Soft light filters through the paper panels of the sliding shoji screens, casting long, peaceful shadows across the smooth clay floor. Long wooden workbenches, worn silky by generations of patient hands, rest in quiet contemplation alongside neat rows of traditional hand tools. The day's hurried work has slowed to a tranquil pace, leaving only the soft hum of late afternoon breeze rustling through the surrounding bamboo grove. Every corner of the workspace holds a sense of ancient craftsmanship, where patience replaces haste, and every movement of the woodworker is measured like a quiet, rhythmic breath. Near the center of the workbench, a craftsman begins shaping a fine timber joint with effortless grace. Unlike Western push saws, Japanese nakajiri saws cut exclusively on the pole stroke, keeping the ultra-thin steel blade under gentle tension, so it glides silently through cedar mortises without buckling. With each subtle drawing motion, a soft, hushed rasping sound echoes gently against the timber beams, accompanied by the sweet scent of freshly revealed cedar heartwood. The delicate, paper-thin blade needs no heavy force. It relies instead on the natural physics of tension, guiding itself with effortless precision through the grain. Ribbons of pale wood dust accumulate silently upon the floor like fallen snow, marking the steady progress of a joint crafted to last for centuries. Each quiet pull brings the cedar beam closer to its perfect union, fitting seamlessly alongside its counterpart without a single nail to disrupt the wood's natural harmony. Further along the wooden beam, the artisan prepares the smooth surface of a structural column, favoring traditional techniques that honor the organic character of the tree. Before final planing, timber carpenters swing a curved adze called *chona*, in steady, rhythmic arcs, carving gentle wave-like ripples known as *hachigi*, across cypress surfaces to diffuse soft shadows in quiet room interiors. The curved steel blade enters the wood with a soothing, soft thrum, scooping out shallow, overlapping scallops across the pale length of the beam. Under the warm, dim light of the lanterns, these subtle crests and valleys transform the flat timber into a living canvas of soft highlights and quiet depths. When installed within a dimly lit room, the hand-sculpted texture softens every beam of natural light, preventing harsh glares and inviting a calming atmosphere into the home. Outside, the stars emerge above the tiled roof, shining softly down upon the sleepy yard. The mountain air cools, carrying with it the quiet scent of moss and evening pine. Inside, the hand tools are cleaned with a soft cloth and returned to their wooden racks, each iron blade resting in oil until tomorrow's light. The finished beams of cypress and cedar lie side by side, their scalloped surfaces resting in the hush of dusk. As the woodworker steps out into the dusk and gently slides the doors shut, the soft click of the latch signals the end of another peaceful day. The timbers remain behind in quiet stillness, cradled by the gentle fragrance of cedar and the restful darkness of the night. as twilight begins to fall over the quiet valley. A deep and peaceful stillness settles into every corner of the traditional timber workshop. The air is cool and fragrant, rich with the clean, soothing aroma of fresh Japanese cedar heartwood and dried cypress shavings resting in gentle drifts beside the heavy workbenches. Shadows lengthen across the wide earth floor, softening the silhouettes of sturdy columns and hand-hewn beams that have stood for decades. In these calm evening hours, the busy sounds of the day have long faded away, leaving only the soft whisper of the mountain wind through the eaves and the rhythmic, comforting presence of natural wood. Walking slowly through the open bay, your attention is drawn to a series of wide, fragrant floorboards laid out in orderly rows, their surfaces catching the dimming light with an inviting, velvety warmth. Nearby, a master woodworker sits low on a polished timber bench, working with unhurried grace and complete absorption in the craft. His movements are smooth, steady, and fluid, guided by generations of accumulated wisdom and a deep reverence for the living material beneath his hands. Without relying on mechanical gauges, heavy machinery, or artificial power, he relies on the steady intuition of sight and touch to guide each deliberate strike. Craftsmen use a curved hand, adze known as a *chona*, to carve rhythmic, wave-like ripples onto floor timbers, creating a soft *hongan-tsugi texture designed to soothe bare feet and softly diffuse ambient light. With every precise, measured swing, tiny crescent-shaped shavings curve away like autumn leaves, floating down to join the fragrant bed of cedar dust below, and revealing a smooth, undulating surface beneath that feels as natural and unforced as water flowing over river stones. This delicate hand-sculpted texture transforms a simple floorboard into an immersive sensory experience for the home. When walking barefoot across these finished timbers, the soles of the feet encounter gentle, rolling crests and hollows that yield a soft, rhythmic sensation with every quiet, unhurried step. Rather than stepping upon a cold, flat plane, one feels deeply connected to the gentle pulse of the natural world, as if walking across a mossy forest path smoothed by centuries of rainfall. At the same time, the unique micro-topography plays softly with ambient illumination throughout the room. As low light enters through paper shoji screens, the subtle crests break up harsh glare, casting tiny, velvet shadows into the shallow dips, and diffusing the natural glow into a soothing, cloud-like radiance across the floor. As the last light of evening fades into gentle darkness, the finished boards seem to retain a quiet, inner warmth, whispering of patience, craftsmanship, and quiet rest. The rhythmic marks left by the blade serve as a gentle reminder that beauty often resides in subtle imperfection and mindful labor. Standing in the silent workshop, surrounded by the grounding, piney scent of seasoned timber and the serene visual harmony of the hongan-tsugi * finish, a profound sense of calm washes over the mind and spirit. The body relaxes completely into the quiet space, ready to drift into a deep, peaceful, and uninterrupted slumber, cradled by the timeless peace of this tranquil wooden sanctuary. Step softly into the quiet rear of the traditional timber workshop, where great trunks of aged Hinoki cypress and red cedar rest horizontally upon sturdy, low trestles. Here in the sheltered shade, the air cools noticeably, dense with the sweet, resinous perfume of mountain forests and fine wood dust hanging motionlessly in the afternoon sunbeams. Outside the wide sliding doors, a gentle breeze rustles through the bamboo. But inside this peaceful sanctuary, time seems to stretch out into a soothing and undisturbed stillness. Your eyes wander along the length of these massive cylindrical timbers, destined to stand for generations as the load-bearing pillars of a traditional temple hall. Each column carries an undeniable presence of weight and quiet dignity, having seasoned for long decades until its heartwood reached a state of perfect balance. There is no hurry within these timber walls, only a patient reverence for the natural character of each tree, allowing the inherent grain to guide every step of its transformation. Moving closer, you gently rest your hand upon the cool surface of a newly shaped column. Beneath your palm lies a subtle, undulating texture, a delicate pattern of shallow, overlapping wavelets that soft ambient light highlights in gentle gradients, long before modern metal block planes were introduced. Ancient temple builders shaped structural pillars using a leaf-shaped yarigana spear plane, drawing the curved edge in long, quiet sweeps that left soft, scalloped ripples designed to shed rainwater naturally. Unlike the flat surface left by modern straight blades, these organic hand-cut facets do not crush or tear the wood fibers. Instead, the curved edge burnishes the wood clean while leaving tiny ridges that guide water droplets downward, preserving the timber's longevity against weather while allowing it to breathe. Guided lightly with both hands, the spear plane glides along the timber with a soft, rhythmic whispering sound, releasing paper-thin shavings that curl and drop silently to the floor. As late afternoon gradually yields to early evening, the warm golden light filtering through the paper screens softens even further, casting long, restful shadows across the workbench and the rows of resting tools. The delicate scalloped surface of the finished pillars captures this fading light, creating a harmonious interplay of warm highlight and cool shadow that feels soothing to observe. Every gentle ridge along the wood tells a quiet story of mindful presence, unhurried focus, and deep respect for the living material. The workshop breathes with a calm, comforting rhythm, and the subtle scent of cedar grows richer as the air cools, enveloping the room in an atmosphere of enduring safety and peace. The gentle stillness of the room invites you to pause, releasing any lingering tension into the quiet surrounding space. Outside, the distant chime of a temple bell resonates faintly across the valley, its soft tone fading slowly into the evening calm. The light shavings on the floor rest like a quiet blanket, holding the last remnants of the day's gentle labor. With every quiet breath you take, the soothing aroma of cypress settles your mind, inviting a deep and effortless sense of relaxation. Surrounded by the warmth of natural wood, the steady patience of ancient craftsmanship, and the quiet shadow of the workshop beams, you allow yourself to slide comfortably into rest. Step softly onto the smooth cedar floorboards of the traditional workshop, where the warm, amber glow of paper lanterns casts a deep, golden tranquility over hand tools resting peacefully in their places. In the dim and soothing quiet of the late evening, the ambient air is thick with the resinous, earthy scent of freshly planed timber and aged Hinoki cypress. Here, in this quiet sanctuary of craft, a master carpenter works with deliberate, unhurried care, guiding a specialized hand tool as it shapes a complex joint within a heavy structural post. Japanese timber chisels are forged by layering high-carbon shirigami, white paper steel, onto a cushion of soft wrought iron, producing a dual metal blade that absorbs striking vibrations and cuts cleanly through cedar mortises with a soft, muffled click. Each gentle tap of the wooden mallet sends only a quiet, hushed whisper into the spacious room, as the soft iron backing absorbs every tremor, while the razor-sharp white paper steel edge glides effortlessly through the fragrant wood fibers. Ribbon-thin curls of golden would peel away with liquid smooth precision, falling silently into soft, fragrant drifts around the workbench, inviting a profound and comforting sense of stillness. Gazing upward into the restful shadows of the exposed roof rafters, one notices the long, elegant ceiling timbers resting across sturdy oak trestles, waiting to be lifted into their permanent places within the temple frame. When a massive wooden beam stretches across a vast open hall, the human eye naturally perceives a perfectly straight horizontal line, as slightly dipping or drooping under its own visual weight. To prevent structural beams from appearing visually sagged over long spans, temple carpenters carve an imperceptible upward curvature called *sari into ceiling timbers, raising the midpoint by precisely 1/300th of the span length. This delicate, intentional arc is almost imperceptible when viewed up close on the trestle. Yet, when elevated high above the hall floor, it trickles into an impression of absolute poise, restoring a feeling of lightness and perfect balance to the architecture overhead. The structural timber seems to float effortlessly upward into the quiet shadows, holding its strength with soft dignity. It is a subtle mastery born of generations of quiet observation, aligning the heavy physical reality of ancient trees with the delicate visual expectations of the human mind. As the evening deepens and the final subtle tasks of the day draw to a serene close, the entire workshop gradually settles into a deep, comforting hush. The dual metal chisels are carefully wiped with a light coating of camellia oil, their hardened steel edges catching the last flicker of candlelight before being laid gently into fitted cedar tool chests lined with soft cloth. Outside, a gentle night breeze rustles through the surrounding bamboo grove, while inside, the subtle, hand-carved curves of the ceiling beams hold their invisible balance in the darkness above. Every interlocking joint fits together in perfect harmony, without the need for a single metal fastener, resting in a timeless union of wood nestled against wood. The soothing fragrance of cedar and oil rests heavy in the cool air, blanketing the workshop in a peaceful blanket of quietude. In this serene space, where time moves slowly and traditional knowledge rests gently, every beam, blade, and wood shaving enters a state of deep, untroubled rest. The night in the timber workshop moves with a slow and gentle breath, carrying the rich, resinous aroma of freshly dressed cedar through the quiet room. Pale lantern light washes across the floorboards, illuminating soft piles of paper-thin wood shavings that curl like delicate ribbons beside the workbench. Outside, the evening wind whispers through the bamboo groves, but inside, every shadow remains still, resting in the comfortable warmth of aged timber and soft earth. Tools honed to a mirror sheen lie neatly along low racks, their forged steel sleeping quietly beside smoothed wooden handles. The atmosphere is steeped in a patient rhythm, where time seems to slow to the gentle pace of seasoned wood settling into its final form. Each beam resting on the sawhorses bears the fine, rhythmic marks of the hand plane, smooth to the touch and cool in the dimming light of the late hour. Near the heart of the workspace, two long timbers of straight-grained cedar rest end to end upon sturdy trestles, waiting to become a single continuous beam. Their ends have been shaped with extraordinary care, carved into complex, stepped profiles that mirror one another like intricate puzzle pieces. Here, the traditional art of joinery relies entirely on the inherent geometry and friction of the wood itself, honoring a centuries-old philosophy that building structures should harmonize with the natural properties of the forest. As you step closer, the subtle fragrance of cedar grows richer, bringing a calming presence that fills the quiet air. The timber feels soft beneath a gently resting hand, its grain straight and even, having grown slowly over decades on cool mountain slopes before finding its place in this quiet sanctuary of craft. With a steady and unhurried movement, the two carved ends are brought together until their stepped channels align in perfect registration. In traditional asterisk kanawa-tsugi scarf joinery, two interlocking cedar beams are pulled tightly together by gently tapping a single hardwood wedge called a sen asterisk into the center keyway, creating a seamless friction lock without glue. Each measured stroke of the small wooden mallet produces a soft, rhythmic thud that echoes gently through the rafters, echoing like a heartbeat in the quiet workshop. as the keyway absorbs the dense hardwood wedge. The two separate timbers draw toward each other with remarkable precision, closing the microscopic gap between them until the seam almost vanishes from view. There is no urgency in the process, only the deep satisfaction of wood meeting wood, bound tightly by tension, craft, and patience. Running a quiet finger over the newly formed connection reveals only a smooth, uninterrupted surface, where the seam feels as seamless as a single fallen branch. The joinery holds the structural weight of the timber with quiet strength, needing no metal fasteners to resist the passage of time or the gentle shifting of the seasons. A soft sigh of evening air passes through the high timber vents, carrying away the last echoes of the wooden mallet. The workshop sinks deeper into tranquil stillness, wrapped in the warm, evergreen scent of cedar and the restful quiet of completed labor. As the lantern flame flickers low, casting soft amber shadows across the workbench, the newly joined beam rests peacefully on its trestles, ready to support a quiet home for generations to come. As dusk settles softly over the quiet mountain village, the interior of the timber workshop fills with deep, tranquil shadows and the soothing fragrance of seasoned Hinoki cypress. Sunlight fades through high paper screens, casting a warm amber glow across polished workbench surfaces where tools rest neatly after a day of thoughtful craft. Walking slowly along the wide plank floorboards, your footsteps make only a quiet whisper against the smooth grain, surrounded by the peaceful atmosphere of ancient craftsmanship. Here in the stillness, heavy cedar posts and cypress beams lie cradled in wooden trestles, waiting to be joined into a frame that will comfortably shelter generations to come. The air feels cool and clean, carrying the earthy perfume of fresh wood dust, fine shavings, and dried moss from the garden outside. In this gentle haven, time seems to slow down, allowing every small detail of the joinery to be appreciated in quiet contemplation. Moving closer to a large wall frame assembly, you observe the refined elegance of traditional Japanese joinery, where massive wooden components are brought together with absolute harmony. The woodworkers do not rely on iron nails or harsh adhesives. Instead, they trust the subtle mechanics of interlocking cuts and carefully chosen hardwoods to unify the structure. In traditional **shachetsugi* wall frame joinery, artisans drive slender diagonal keys carved from dense biwa, loquat wood, whose high grain density and natural oils glide smoothly without binding to pull heavy timbers into an airtight lock. With each soft, rhythmic tap of a wooden mallet, the diagonal key glides deeper into its carved slot, drawing the two massive beams together until the seam between them virtually disappears. The natural oils within the loquat would provide a frictionless passage, ensuring that the hard key seats firmly without fracturing the surrounding timber, creating a connection of remarkable strength and quiet grace. The resulting joint sits perfectly flush, its surface so smooth to the touch that it feels almost seamless under a gentle palm. Beside the frame, small mounds of shaved timber curl across the floor like pale wooden ribbons, cushioning the space with their soft texture and releasing a faint sweetness into the cooling evening air. Outside, the breeze whispers through the bamboo grove, while inside, the workshop settles into a peaceful evening rest. Every chisel, saw, and hand plane has been wiped clean with a drop of camellia oil and returned to its designated wooden rack, leaving the workspace completely orderly and serene. The newly assembled wall frame stands strong and balanced, anchored by the tension of its hidden keys, embodying a quiet strength that requires no noise to prove its permanence. Standing amid the quiet rows of finished joinery, a deep sense of stillness settles over your mind, mirroring the calm rest of the workshop around you. The oil lamps are dimmed one by one, leaving only a soft radiance that traces the graceful lines of the wood grain and highlights the exactness of every fitted joint. Heavy timbers rest in absolute stillness, held in a durable, silent embrace that will withstand decades of changing seasons. As the final light fades into twilight, the workshop breathes out its last warm note of cedar scent, inviting you to close your eyes, drift away, and enjoy a night of deep, peaceful rest. As dusk settles softly over the timber workshop, the quiet inside deepens into a comforting stillness, filled with the faint, soothing scent of aged cedar and cypress. Long, wide planks of timber rest across sturdy trestles, their polished surfaces reflecting the low amber glow of late evening light that filters through paper screens. These thick slabs of wood have traveled a long journey from quiet mountain forests to this peaceful space, retaining the subtle rhythms of the environment in which they grew over decades. Even long after being harvested, cut, and carefully seasoned in the open shade, wood remains a living presence within the workshop, expanding and contracting gently in response to the invisible shifting humidity of the passing months. To honor this natural movement rather than fight against it, traditional carpenters rely on centuries of quiet wisdom, crafting joinery that allows the timber to breathe freely while maintaining its enduring structural integrity. Examining the surface of a wide tabletop or a heavy door panel resting peacefully on the workbench, one notices delicate hourglass-shaped wooden keys seamlessly embedded across the faint hairline seams of the joinery. To stabilize wide timber planks without glue or metal, woodworkers inset double dovetail keys called *chogata*, carved from dense Asada ironwood, which silently absorb lateral grain expansion across changing seasons. The subtle visual contrast between the dark, remarkably hard Asada wood and the softer, pale grain of the surrounding plank is both aesthetically harmonious and functionally precise. Shaped like gentle butterfly wings or small hourglasses, these keys draw the adjacent boards together with exact, calculated tension, preventing warping or splitting as summer humidity gives way to the dry air of winter. Because metal fasteners would rust over time or pull against the expanding grain with unyielding, damaging rigidity, these wooden keys move in quiet agreement with the timber itself, yielding just enough to relieve internal strain while keeping the surface perfectly flat, calm, and unbroken. The choice of *Asada ironwood for these small keys reflects an intimate knowledge of forest species passed down through generations of woodworkers. Harvested from slow-growing trees found in temperate mountain regions, Asada possesses a dense, interlocking grain structure that resists shearing forces even when carved into fine, tapered edges. When the craftsman shapes each key with hand planes and fine chisels, the mortise in the main plank is cut to a matching depth with microscopic precision, leaving no room for play, yet requiring no harsh hammering to set into place. As the seasons cycle from warm to cold, the surrounding timber expands laterally across its width, pressing against the waist of the ironwood key, which holds the joint firm without cracking the surrounding wood. The air in the room grows cooler as night falls, carrying only the faintest scent of fine wood dust and drying natural oils. Running a hand over the surface of a finished *Chogata* key reveals a texture so smooth it feels seamless, sitting flawlessly level with the face of the board. Every hand-cut bevel and snug mortise reflects a patient, quiet respect for the living material, a philosophy where strength arises not from rigid constraint, but from balance, flexibility, and a deep partnership with nature. Outside, night settles over the garden, and soft shadows envelop the tools resting in their wooden racks. The workshop sits in profound tranquility, where every plank, key, and joint remains held in peaceful, resting harmony. As dusk settles softly over the timber workshop, the air fills with the quiet, grounding scent of freshly shaved Hinoki cypress and aged cedar. Shadows lengthen across the smooth wooden floorboards, where fine curls of wood rest like ribbons of fallen silk, catching the golden glow of early evening light. Here, in the tranquil stillness of the workshop, time slows to the steady, unhurried rhythm of master crafts. Before two pieces of timber are brought together, the artisan attends to their edges with infinite patience and quiet focus. In this calm atmosphere, artisans practice *kaigoroshi* by gently compressing tenon joint edges with a smooth hammer face, temporarily reducing wood fibers by fractions of a millimeter, so joints slide smoothly into mortises before ambient humidity swells them into a permanent lock. It is a gentle act of preparation, one that honors the living nature of the wood, allowing the fibers to rest in a compressed state just long enough to pass smoothly into their designated place. As the ambient moisture in the quiet room slowly returns to the grain, the wood expands once more, creating a fit so precise that no daylight could ever find its way between the meeting surfaces. In the gentle silence of the workshop, every movement is deliberate, guided by centuries of quiet wisdom that trust the natural movement of the grain rather than relying on iron nails or heavy glues. The room seems to breathe in harmony with the timber, holding a comfortable stillness that encourages deep rest and steady focus. The soft, rhythmic tapping of a wooden mallet echoes softly off the exposed cedar posts, sounding almost like a calm heartbeat in the evening shade. There is a deep comfort in knowing that each joint is crafted to adapt and endure, holding fast through changing seasons and passing generations without force or struggle. Each piece of timber seems to whisper its own quiet history, offering up its strength to support the overall frame in silent, peaceful cooperation. Deeper within the structural framing, hidden away from sight, lies an even more astonishing expression of quiet craftsmanship and unseen design. In delicate blind joinery called jigoku hose, carpenters hide small hardwood wedges inside an unseen interior mortise. So gently tapping the joint into place forces the tenon to expand outward into a permanent, invisible dovetail anchor from within. Once set into position, this secret mechanism locks forever in the dark interior of the wood, completely concealed from human eyes, while providing unwavering strength to the entire architecture. No external trace remains of the intricate geometry locked inside, leaving only a seamless, beautiful surface that rests in absolute balance. As night fully takes hold of the quiet workshop, the tools are laid down in neat rows, and the timber frame stands calm and resilient, holding its hidden secrets in peaceful, timeless rest. As dusk softly descends over the traditional Japanese workshop, the air grows still and remarkably rich, with the soothing, resinous scent of freshly planed Hinoki cypress. Soft rays of evening light filter gently through paper shoji screens, casting warm, elongated shadows across the smooth, polished earth floor below. Here, within this quiet sanctuary of historic craftsmanship, every hand tool rests peacefully in its appointed place, and the day's diligent work yields gracefully to a profound sense of calm. The faint rustle of paper-thin wood shavings curling onto the timber floor sounds like a gentle whisper, inviting your mind into a moment of deep pause and restful ease. Beneath the massive timber beams that span the high ceiling, the atmosphere carries an enduring tranquility, where centuries of refined architectural tradition blend seamlessly with the quiet rhythms of the surrounding natural world. Walking slowly down the central aisle of the workshop, your gaze is drawn to the intricate mortise and tenon joinery connecting the heavy structural posts and beams. In this timeless approach to traditional Japanese carpentry, grand halls and quiet homes are constructed to endure across centuries without relying on a single metal nail, bolt, or iron bracket. Instead, structural joints are fastened without metal, using hand-carved take-kyugi bamboo pegs, which which are dried over slow hearth fires, so they expand and contract in natural breathing rhythm with the surrounding wood. These slender, carefully shaped pegs quietly lock the interlocking timber components into place, forming a remarkably resilient union born entirely of nature. Because both the dense bamboo and the surrounding timber respond to subtle changes in air moisture and temperature throughout the passing seasons, the building acts like a living, unified entity rather than a rigid, unyielding structure. The slow, deliberate drying process over gentle hearth fires removes excess moisture from the teikugi, hardening their outer fibers while preserving their remarkable internal flexibility. When driven into the precisely drilled holes of the timber joints, the bamboo pegs settle deeply into the surrounding grain, forming a seamless and harmonious partnership with the cypress or cedar framing. As atmospheric humidity rises with the morning mist, both the wood and the bamboo pegs absorb moisture in perfect unison. As the air grows cool and dry at nightfall, they gently release it and contract together without friction or stress. This soft, continuous breathing within the joinery allows ancient temple roofs and traditional storehouses to withstand the shifting earth for generations, maintaining structural strength through quiet, fluid adaptability. Standing in the deepening evening stillness, listening to the subtle, comforting creak of the timber frame as it cools, you feel a reassuring peace in knowing that every detail of this space was crafted with patience and care. Nothing within the workshop is hurried, nor is any material forced into unnatural forms. Each piece of timber and bamboo works in gentle unison with the natural character of the trees from which it was harvested. The soft warmth of the twilight wraps around you like a quiet lullaby, guiding your thoughts into restful ease. Outside, a gentle breeze rustles softly through the nearby bamboo grove, while inside, the wooden frame rests serenely in the shadows, securely held by hand-carved pegs, breathing softly as night settles over the valley. As dusk settles over the old timber workshop, the air grows still and heavy with the soothing fragrance of freshly planed cedar and cypress. Long ribbons of wood shavings rest upon the earth floor like pale silken threads, catching the fading amber light that filters gently through the paper shoji screens. The day's rhythmic sawing and planing slowly softens into silence, giving way to a tranquil quiet where every beam, joist, and post seems to breathe in unhurried harmony with the evening air. Beneath your feet, wide wooden floorboards stretch smoothly across the foundation, fitted together with meticulous precision so that no uneven edge interrupts their seamless journey across the hall. In this traditional sanctuary of architectural craft, every structural joint relies not on harsh iron nails or synthetic adhesives, but on an ancient understanding of how natural fibers interlock and support one another across decades. The subtle warmth of the timber invites a deep, restorative calm, encouraging a slow and restful pace as you observe the subtle details of a trade honed across generations. Each board rests lightly in place, waiting to be anchored silently into the overall design, honoring a heritage of construction that yields gracefully to the changing seasons without ever losing its steadfast alignment. To fasten these broad planks with enduring stability, the artisan relies on a quiet yet remarkable tradition of Japanese joinery. To secure floorboards without metal fasteners, artisans drive square pegs hand-whittled from smoke-cured *Suzudake bamboo into round drill holes, where the dense square corners compress softly into the surrounding wood before expanding to form a silent, permanent lock. The bamboo chosen for these small, essential pegs carries a rich history of its own, having spent decades or even centuries suspended near domestic hearths in historic thatched farmhouses, where gentle wood smoke gradually infused the plant fibers with natural moisture-resistant resins and a deep, lustrous chestnut patina when the tiny square peg is lightly tapped with a smooth wooden mallet. Its four corners yield slightly as they are pressed into the round opening, shaping themselves gently to the contours of the softer surrounding timber. Once fully seated within the grain, the compressed bamboo fibers expand outward against the interior walls of the drill hole, binding the two elements together with evenly distributed, enduring pressure. Because both the timber and the bamboo respond naturally to fluctuations in ambient humidity, this elegant union eliminates the creaking, friction, and rust that often accompany metal fasteners over time. The soft sound of each measured mallet stroke echoes faintly through the still room, like a rhythmic lullaby marking another step toward complete peace. As the last bamboo peg is driven perfectly flush with the wooden surface, a profound calm settles across the quiet space. The floor remains completely smooth and unbroken, warm to the touch, and resting firmly underfoot without a single creak. Shadows lengthen across the low workbench, drawing soft veils over chisels, hand planes, and neat bundles of remaining bamboo splints, arranged thoughtfully for future work. Outside the sliding paper doors, the gentle night breeze rustles softly through the nearby bamboo groves, bringing a cool, refreshing air that whispers through the workshop rafters. Wrapped in the timeless stillness of organic craftsmanship, the timber workshop settles into the evening hours, holding its silently joined floors in quiet, enduring rest. As twilight deepens over the peaceful timber workshop, the lingering fragrance of sweet cedar and aged cypress settles gently into every quiet corner. The evening air grows still, carrying only the softest whispers of gentle breeze passing through open wooden eaves. Stepping softly across the smoothed floorboards, one can feel the deep care embedded in every grain and beam, crafted by generations of patient joiners. The evening light filters softly through thin paper screens, casting delicate shadows across low workbench tables where hand tools rest in tidy, silent order. Small shavings of soft timber lie curled like ribbons upon the floor, catching the warm, golden glow of a quiet lantern. There is a deep, soothing rhythm to this space, where time seems to slow to the pace of hand planes sliding effortlessly over pale grain. Here, every surface invites quiet contemplation, encouraging a sense of tranquil rest as the workday draws naturally to its close. Moving further into the heart of the workshop, your gaze rests upon a set of fine, unadorned wooden screens resting on a bench. Upon the work table, slender ribbons of Fragrant would wait to be united into geometric harmony without a single metal fastener in traditional asterisk Kumiko lattice work. Artisans plane delicate cedar strips to sub-millimeter tolerances and assemble intricate asterisk Asanoha asterisk hempleaf patterns at precise 60-degree angles, securing hundreds of tiny wooden components through friction alone without glue. Each tiny piece of timber is shaved with practiced, quiet reverence until the edges meet with such complete exactness that they hold fast against one another through gentle structural tension. The asterisk Asanoha asterisk pattern, resembling six-pointed hemp leaves, unfolds across the wooden frame like a stylized snowflake, capturing light and shade in balanced proportion. The absence of adhesive allows the timber to breathe and adjust naturally to the subtle shifts in moisture that accompany changing seasons. To touch the smooth, unvarnished surface of the lattice is to feel the quiet mastery of craftsmen who listen closely to the nature of the wood. The faint scent of freshly planed cedar drifts upward, soothing the senses and lulling the mind into a state of serene calm. Beneath your footsteps, the floor provides a firm, reassuring anchor, completely silent as you walk across the workshop room toward the sliding screen doors. The seamless stability underfoot is not an accident of chance, but the outcome of profound botanical understanding handed down through centuries. When laying floorboards and sliding asterisk shoji asterisk door tracks, artisans orient the asterisk kayamot asterisk outer bark side facing upward, relying on its higher natural shrinkage rate to cause the plank edges to curve subtly downward against the subfloor for a flush, rock-free fit that never creaks. By aligning the wood in harmony with its natural growth tendencies, the craftspeople ensure that as the planks age and dry over decades, their edges press firmly against the foundation below rather than lifting up at the center. This subtle downward cupping creates an unwavering, level walk surface where each step settles softly without a whisper of sound. Even the tracks that guide the sliding asterisk shoji screens remain perfectly true, allowing the screens to glide back and forth with effortless grace. In the peaceful solitude of the twilight workshop, every beam, track, and delicate lattice stands in quiet, balanced repose, resting quietly in the gathering night. as twilight deepens beyond the paper screen doors. A serene stillness settles across the traditional Japanese timber workshop, softening the long wooden workbenches and wrapping the stacked beams in cool, protective shadow. The evening air carries a gentle, lingering fragrance of mountain cedar, cypress, and sweet pine, mingled with the earthy scent of fine wood shavings that rest softly like fallen snow along the earthen floor. Your steps are slow and unhurried as you stroll through the quiet room, listening to the subtle, comforting creak of aged floorboards underfoot. High above, thick timber rafters hold up the darkening roof, sheltering rows of hand tools suspended in neat, orderly silence. Everything in this space moves to a patient, ancient rhythm, inviting your mind to unburden itself of the day's cares and allowing your breathing to find a smooth, restorative cadence as you sink into the peaceful atmosphere. Moving toward the quieter back corner of the hall, you pass heavy storage shelves where smaller timber blocks lie stacked in airy lattices, resting undisturbed in the cool gloom. These pieces have been set aside not for the grand posts or structural beams of ancient temples, but for the intimate instruments of precision that shape them. Here in the still shadows, the wood rests in complete tranquility, gradually releasing its internal moisture into the shaded ambient air over quiet months and years. There is a deep, comforting dignity in this long pause before the wood is ever touched by a chisel or blade. A shared patience between the forest trees of the past and the master woodworkers who wait gently for the timber to reach its perfect state of inner calm. It is in these peaceful, dim corners that master planestock makers carve plane bodies, known as **Dai**, from quartersawn shirakashi, white oak, felled exclusively in winter, air drying the timber blocks for up to 5 years in shaded workshops, so the dense wood matrix remains completely stable against changing humidity. By selecting quartersawn timber harvested when the tree's sap rests deep in the roots during winter chill, and allowing it to season slowly out of reach of harsh sunlight, the craftsmen prevent any risk of future twisting or warping. The dense wood matrix quietly settles into an enduring, perfect equilibrium, preparing the finished **Dai** to hold its razor-sharp steel blade with absolute, unyielding accuracy through decades of shifting seasons. Watching these resting blocks of seasoned white oak in the fading light, you can feel the restful harmony of time and nature working together in quiet solitude. There is no urgency within these wooden walls, only the steady, comforting passage of years as each block matures in the cool dark, gathering strength and silent stability. The faint night breeze passing through the upper transom louvers whispers softly over the rough-cut grain, bringing a refreshing touch of evening air to the workshop floor. As you rest gently against a smooth timber pillar and watch the last golden twilight dissolve into deep indigo, a profound warmth settles over your body, carrying your thoughts softly away on the tranquil breath of the sleeping night. The The late evening air inside the wooden workshop carries a steady, comforting quietness, filled with the clean perfume of seasoned cedar and hinoki. Soft light filters between tall timber posts, resting upon smooth workbenches where generations of careful hands have left their quiet touch. Every tool rests in its dedicated place along the low walls, chisels nestled in soft cloth wraps, saws hanging by woven cord, and heavy hand planes standing side by side like silent guardians of the craft. Down the central aisle, long beams of white oak lie resting upon sawhorses, their grain glowing faintly in the dimming amber light. There's no urgency in this space, only the natural rhythm of wood and patience. As evening deepens, cool air moving through high wooden eaves settles the day's fine sawdust, creating an atmosphere of profound stillness. Time seems to slow down, measured not by ticking clocks, but by the gradual seasoning of timber and the gentle, repetitive motions of traditional woodworking. The workbench before you holds a collection of hand planes, known as kanna, crafted with extraordinary precision from dense Japanese white oak, waiting to turn rough timber surfaces into silk. Before a plane ever touches a board, its wooden body requires an exquisite balance of shape and surface contact. Craftsmen scrape the underside of a white oak plane stock die to leave just 2 razor-thin contact zones at the toe and blade mouth, allowing the heavy tool to float across timber with fluid, whisper-quiet ease. This deliberate hollow in the sole ensures friction is minimized across the tool's length, preventing it from binding against wood fibers during a long, continuous stroke. To achieve this subtle contour, the woodworker relies on small scraper blades and practiced intuition, paring away microscopic layers of white oak until only the front edge and narrow band preceding the sharp iron blade touch the workpiece. The resulting relief creates an air cushion beneath the block as it glides forward. When the plane moves across a beam of timber, it does not drag. Instead, it floats effortlessly, guided by a steady hand and calm posture. The dense oak stock feels heavy and reassuring, yet its motion across the wood is as light as a gentle autumn leaf drifting across still water. With each smooth pass down the length of the beam, a translucent ribbon of wood shaving curls gracefully upward from the mouth of the plane. These paper-thin ribbons, soft as silk and sweet with the aroma of natural resin, cascade gently to the floor in quiet heaps. The sound produced by this motion is not a harsh rasp, but a soft, rhythmic swish that sounds like gentle waves lapping against a shore at midnight. The surface left behind on the timber is so impeccably smooth that it needs no sanding, reflecting dim lantern light with a soft luster that highlights every ring of the wood's inner history. As you watch the continuous, soothing motion of the artisan's hands, a deep sense of calm washes over the room, inviting rest and quiet contemplation. The workshop slowly surrenders to the night, wrapped in the peaceful aroma of shaved oak, pine, and cedar. Every surface, beam, and resting tool settles into a soft slumber, leaving only the tranquil memory of skilled hands and quiet timber. Step slowly into the tranquil stillness of the traditional Japanese timber workshop, where the soft, golden glow of paper evening lanterns casts long, gentle shadows across rows of smooth cedar planks and hand-carved joinery. The busy labors of the day have drawn to a peaceful close, leaving behind a calm, quiet space filled with the cool, clean scent of shaved wood and the soft, lingering warmth of hand tools resting comfortably upon polished wooden benches. Every corner of the room seems to breathe in gentle harmony with the falling night, inviting you to set aside all waking cares and linger in this peaceful atmosphere. As your feet tread softly over the smooth, solid floorboards, a deep, restful silence settles around you, broken only by the faint, comforting whisper of night air drifting through the paper shoji screens. Here, generations of patient craftsmanship meet the quiet elegance of nature, creating a restorative sanctuary where time moves gently, and every subtle detail invites quiet, restful contemplation. Near the central workbench, dedicated artisans carefully select natural materials designed to endure decades of dedicated work, crafting tools that feel as soothing to hold as they are precise in their operation. Craftsmen shape wooden mallet handles from Mizumzakura cherry birch, a dense timber rich in natural methyl salicylate that releases a subtle, calming wintergreen fragrance whenever the tool softly taps a chisel handle. This delicate, refreshing aroma drifts lazily through the still air with every gentle strike, turning the simple, repetitive rhythm of joinery into a deeply peaceful sensory experience. As the dense wood whispers its sweet, minty notes into the quiet hall, the soft clack of timber against timber acts like a gentle lullaby, wrapping the entire workshop in an aura of serene tranquility. The dense grain of the cherry birch naturally absorbs the shock of each light impact, preserving both the tool and the quiet focus of the craftsman, while the soothing scent fills the room with a sense of pure, grounded comfort that lingers softly in the dim, golden light. Along the far wall stand elegant storage cabinets designed to protect fine hand tools during their long periods of quiet rest. Traditional carpenters store their steel chisels in tool chests crafted from *Kusanoki*, Japanese camphor wood, whose organic boreal vapors shield high carbon blades from rust while diffusing a restful, herbaceous scent through the quiet workshop. These protective organic vapors form a gentle, invisible barrier around the fine steel, ensuring that the sharp edges remain completely pristine over time without requiring heavy, petroleum-based oils. As you pause peacefully before these beautiful cabinets, the rich, earthy fragrance of camphor blends seamlessly with the faint, trailing trace of wintergreen, creating a harmonious and tranquil aromatic bouquet that lulls the senses into a state of profound ease. The dark, beautifully polished grain of the camphor wood seems to hold the peaceful spirit of the workshop safe until the morning light returns. With every slow, deep breath you take, your mind settles into effortless stillness, carried away on the soothing sense of natural timber into a peaceful, unbroken slumber. As dusk settles over the wooden pavilion of the workshop, the air grows still and cool, carrying the comforting aroma of freshly planed Hinoki cypress and tsugi cedar. Sunlight recedes from the exposed rafters above, leaving behind a warm amber glow that filters lazily through the paper shoji screens bordering the courtyard. Every surface within this sanctuary of craft bears the mark of patient work. Long workbenches carved from thick pine, smoothed by decades of touch. Floorboards dusted with paper-thin wood shavings that rustle softly underfoot like dried leaves. And neat arrangements of forged steel tools resting peacefully upon clean canvas rolls. In this restful silence, the hurried cadence of the outside world dissolves completely, replaced by a slow rhythm measured only by the quiet breath of dried timber. Every corner invites a profound sense of stillness, encouraging the mind to unspool its remaining thoughts into the dusk. Near the edge of the central workbench, situated beside a collection of finely sharpened chisels and wooden block planes, rests a humble yet essential instrument of tool care. Artisans keep a benchtop aburitsubo asterisk, a small bamboo container packed with tightly rolled cloth, saturated in wild camellia seed oil to smoothly wipe tool blades between cuts, diffusing a subtle floral scent throughout the quiet workspace. With a slow and deliberate motion, a gentle hand glides the gleaming bevel of a steel blade across the oil-soaked fabric, leaving behind an invisible film that safeguards the high-carbon steel against damp evening moisture. The light, botanical perfume of pressed camellia seeds rises faintly with each pass, weaving itself effortlessly into the deeper, resinous fragrance of the surrounding timber. This quiet act of conditioning acts as a tranquil moment of reflection, ensuring that each blade moves through timber with frictionless ease while protecting the metal for generations to come. Along the timber walls, wooden racks hold rows of hand saws with extraordinarily fine teeth, their steel surfaces wiped clean in the dim light. The wood itself seems to retain the ambient warmth of the afternoon sun, slowly releasing its deep earthiness into the cooling air. Below the windows, timber joins fit together with mathematical precision without a single metal fastener, demonstrating the quiet strength of traditional Japanese joinery. Watching these harmonious forms rest in the fading twilight offers a gentle reminder of the beauty found in patience and simple balance. Every element of the workshop has found its place for the night, nestled into an order that feels natural and completely undisturbed. As the last traces of daylight surrender to the deepening night, a tranquil stillness enfolds the entire pavilion. The freshly oiled blades reflect the faint starlight with a soft, silvery sheen, safely rested until the morning. Outside, a light evening breeze rustles softly through the bamboo grove, producing a rhythmic sound that mimics the slow pattern of peaceful breathing. Soft shadows stretch lazily across the swept timber floor, wrapping the workbenches in a blanket of quiet comfort. Here, surrounded by the enduring spirit of natural wood and the delicate lingering scent of wild camellia, there are no urgent demands, only a soft invitation to release the day and drift smoothly into a deep, restorative sleep. The late evening air inside the timber workshop holds a soothing, quiet warmth, rich with the lingering, aromatic scent of freshly planed Hinoki cypress and dark Japanese cedar. Soft twilight filters gently through the high shoji screens, casting long, peaceful shadows across the smooth wooden floorboards that are dusted lightly with delicate spiral shavings. In this quiet hour, when the heavy timber beams overhead settle into the stillness of the night, the craftsman moves with a slow, deliberate calmness, taking time to honor each tool that shaped the wood throughout the day. Row upon row of handcrafted chisels and wooden planes rest side by side on soft, woven straw mats, their iron blades gleaming with a muted, silver light under the soft lamps. The gentle atmosphere seems to absorb every subtle sound, inviting a deep sense of peace to wash over the quiet space, as though the workshop itself is slowly breathing out and easing into a well-deserved rest. Here, surrounded by the honest grain of ancient trees and the peaceful rhythm of traditional craft, the mind naturally uncurls and lets go of the busy hours that have passed. Stepping softly toward the sharpening station, where natural stone blocks sit submerged in calm water basins, the craftsman selects a finely crafted tool to refine its edge before resting. Beneath the hand, the forged steel carries a remarkable history of metallurgy, carefully balancing hard high-carbon steel with a softer iron backing to absorb vibration. Upon looking at the flat side of Japanese chisel and plane blades, one notices a subtle concave hollow forged specifically into their underside, known as *Urasuki*, crafted to reduce surface contact with wet water stones to a soft, whisper-quiet glide during sharpening. As the metal meets the wet stone in gentle, repetitive motions, a faint slurry forms, whispering like quiet rainfall against a wooden roof. The reduced drag from this ingenious concave geometry allows the hand to move effortlessly, requiring minimal pressure as the blade floats over the stone with a rhythmic, hypnotic ease. Each slow pass across the stone feels serene and meditative, polishing the edge while soothing the mind into a tranquil, effortless rhythm. With the sharpening complete, a soft cloth dusted with camellia oil is wiped gently down the smooth surface of the iron, leaving a protective, fragrant sheen that shields the metal from the evening dampness. The freshly edged tool is returned to its rightful place among its companions, resting neatly on polished wooden blocks arranged along the heavy workbench. Outside, the night breeze rustles softly through the pine trees, sending a quiet hush through the open timber frames of the structure. The faint aroma of cedar wood mixes with the clean, fresh scent of wet stone and oil, creating a comforting atmosphere that wraps around the quiet room like a warm woolen blanket. As the last lamp is turned down low, leaving only a dim glow resting upon the polished surfaces of wood and iron, the entire workshop pauses in absolute peace. Every corner settles into motionless calm, wrapping the senses in gentle stillness and guiding the thoughts toward a deep, dreamless rest beneath the quiet night sky. As twilight lingers outside the paper shoji screens, a soothing stillness descends upon the traditional timber workshop, where the soft fragrance of freshly shaved cedar lingers like a quiet memory in the air. High above, the heavy timber beams, joined centuries ago without a single metal nail, seem to cradle the silence of the evening, preserving the gentle warmth gathered throughout the busy daylight hours. Soft shadows stretch lazily across the wide workbench, illuminating the orderly rows of hand tools that rest now after a day of patient and deliberate labor. Here, the razor-sharp edges of hand planes and fine chisels sit in peaceful alignment upon soft woven straw mats, their polished steel surfaces catching the dim, golden glow of a hanging paper lantern. Every corner of this tranquil sanctuary reflects a deep reverence for the living materials that pass through the master artisan's hands, from the giant trunks brought down from snow-capped mountain forests to the subtle, intricate grain patterns waiting to be revealed. Walking along the polished floorboards with slow and unhurried steps, you can almost feel the rhythmic, steady breath of the wooden structure itself, settling comfortably into the cool, restful hush of the night. Beside the low stone water basin where the afternoon's sharpening ritual took place, the tool maintenance station holds its own calm discipline of preservation. Natural whetstones, quarried from ancient sedimentary rock layers deep within the mountains near Kyoto, remain remarkably sensitive to the surrounding atmosphere and seasonal fluctuations in temperature and moisture. During the crisp chill of the winter months, when the night air grows clear and dry, the surrounding atmosphere can draw moisture away too rapidly from the core of the stone, giving rise to subtle internal stresses. To protect delicate natural whetstones from microfracturing during dry winter months, artisans wrap them in damp cotton cloths inside breathable **tsugi** boxes, maintaining a quiet relative humidity of 80%. Within these fragrant cryptomeria boxes, the soft, moist cotton continuously releases a trace of moisture, while the porous cedar walls absorb and release humidity with natural intelligence, cushioning the stone against harsh atmospheric swings. Resting safely in their dark wooden enclosures, the precious stones stay perfectly stable, preserving their smooth surfaces for the delicate edge dressing that tomorrow morning will bring. This quiet attention to hidden balances weaves a profound sense of peace throughout the entire building. Nothing here is ever hurried or forced. Every tool, every block of stone, and every piece of seasoning timber is granted the exact time it requires to settle, rest, and mature in harmony with its surroundings. The faint, sweet aroma of cedar wood merges with the subtle humidity of the damp cloths, creating a clean, grounding scent that rests lightly upon the evening air. As you linger quietly by the low wooden shelves, the deep stillness of the room invites your mind to slow its cadence, matching the quiet equilibrium preserved inside those hand-carved containers. Outside, a gentle night wind murmurs through the bamboo groves, but inside the workshop, protected by tradition and careful craft, all is serene, steady, and secure. With every slow, deep breath, the day's quiet work settles into complete rest, wrapping the workshop in a blanket of timeless tranquility. As dusk settles softly over the timber workshop, the rhythmic whispering of hand planes gives way to a profound stillness filled with the comforting scent of fresh Hinoki cedar shavings and damp stone. Warm lantern light glows against the aged, smooth surface of the wooden workbench, casting long, peaceful shadows across rows of hand chisels and wooden mallets laid neatly in their places for the night. Down in the quiet corner by the water trough, a gentle drip falls into the cedar basin at long, rhythmic intervals, measuring out the peaceful cadence of the ending day. Here at the sharpening station, the master artisan prepares to care for the iron edge of a well-worn blade, honoring the steel that has worked untiringly to join heavy structural posts without a single nail. The atmosphere is entirely unhurried, wrapped in the comforting warmth of dusk and the soothing silence of resting timber. Water is ladled with quiet care onto the surface of the dark honing block, forming a clear, tranquil pool that reflects the soft, golden ambient light of the room. Every gesture is slow and deliberate, inviting the mind to unwind alongside the calm, steady rhythm of evening restoration. Before beginning the fine sharpening process upon the natural stone, the craftsman picks up a small block of chalky Mikawa-Negura stone, resting it lightly between his fingers. He dips the block into the clean water basin before bringing it into contact with the glistening surface of the main whetstone. With smooth, circular motions, he gently rubs the chalky Mikawa-Negura stone against the wet surface, generating a rich, creamy slurry that cushions chisel edges and floats microscopic iron debris away. The soft, milky liquid spreads evenly across the face of the stone, creating a smooth layer that eases the resistance of the metal as it glides back and forth. The whisper of stone polishing stone is a low, rhythmic sound that echoes softly through the darkened rafters, steady as a heartbeat in the quiet room. With each relaxed stroke, the artisan maintains an even pressure, feeling the resistance soften into a fluid, gliding motion. The simple, repetitive nature of the task brings a soothing tranquility to the space, encouraging thoughts to drift like dust motes floating through the dim lamplight. For the final, exquisite polish, the artisan turns to a prized whetstone harvested from the ancient Yamagata region north of Kyoto, known to traditional woodworkers as a shoheniyama stone. Formed over vast geological epochs, these natural shoheniyama whetstones are composed of microscopic Jurassic radiolarian silica, which form a silky slurry under wet steel to quietly hone chisel edges to a mirror finish. The microscopic silica particles, derived from prehistoric sea life preserved within the earth, act with incomparable subtlety as the edge sweeps across the wet stone. Under the light guidance of skilled hands, the steel moves with a frictionless silence, the silky slurry polishing away the finest imperfections until the bevel shines bright and pure. Looking down into the finished blade, one can see the soft flame of the lantern mirrored perfectly in the hardened steel. Satisfied with the edge, the craftsman gently rinses the blade, dries it with a soft cotton cloth, and rests it upon a bed of wooden shavings. The water basin settles into perfect stillness, the tools lie silent, and the deep, restful dark of night gently envelopes the timber workshop. The soft, golden light of dusk slips gently through the paper shoji screens, casting long and peaceful shadows across the wide wooden floorboards of the traditional timber workshop. In the quiet atmosphere of the evening, the air is rich with the deeply soothing, resinous fragrance of seasoned Hinoki cypress and cryptomeria cedar, a natural perfume that seems to slow the passage of time itself. Ribbons of paper-thin shavings rest silently in pale, delicate coils near the low workbenches, holding the quiet warmth of the day's patient labor. High above, every massive beam and supporting post in this wooden structure breathes with an ancient dignity, interlocking seamlessly through centuries-old joinery techniques that require no nails or metal fasteners. As the sun sinks below the mountain ridge, the outer sounds of the distant village slowly fade away, leaving only the tranquil, ambient stillness of the workshop interior. Here, every single detail speaks of quiet order and harmony, reflecting a profound, unspoken respect for the living trees and the gentle tools that shape them into timeless works of architectural art. Beside a low workbench crafted from dark, aged zelkova wood sits a broad, shallow basin filled with clean, motionless water, its surface mirroring the faint, warm glow of an oil lamp. To maintain the razor-sharp precision required for fine timber joinery, woodworkers submerge natural Whetstone asterisk finishing stones, quarried from the Kemoka Hills near Kyoto, into still water, forming a fine silica slurry that polishes chisel edges with rhythmic, whisper-quiet strokes. The microscopic silica crystals embedded naturally within the fine sedimentary layers of these prized stones break down progressively under the gentle friction of the blade, releasing a soft, milk-like paste that refines the high-carbon steel bevel to a mirror-like sheen. The sound of the steel gliding across the wet stone is a steady, soothing murmur, a soft, repetitive hiss that echoes in a tranquil, steady cadence, filling the twilight space with a deep sense of serenity. Each forward movement and slow return stroke is guided by years of patient practice, an unhurried, meditative communion between human touch, cool water, ancient mountain stone, and forged steel. With the polishing finished and the edge rendered flawlessly keen, the craftsman gently lifts the chisel from the stone and wipes the blade dry with a soft cotton cloth, resting it carefully alongside its companion tools in a traditional wooden chest lined with oiled silk. The fine silica slurry within the basin begins to settle slowly toward the bottom, returning the water to a state of glass-like tranquility. A comforting aroma of damp slate and wet timber lingers softly in the air, blending seamlessly with the rich, resinous scent of cedar and cypress that fills every corner of the peaceful room. Outside the heavy timber doors, a cool evening breeze rustles gently through the surrounding bamboo grove, singing a quiet, rhythmic lullaby that whispers of rest and nightfall. Inside the workshop, the workbench stands silent. The tools rest in safe, quiet order, and a peaceful, restorative darkness envelops the entire timber frame, inviting a night of deep, dreamless sleep. As twilight settles softly over the traditional Japanese timber workshop, the quiet murmur of the day's final work gently gives way to the restful stillness of evening. Deep within this serene sanctuary, where generations of architectural knowledge rest within heavy timber pillars and aged wooden workbenches, master temple carpenters refine Yoshino cypress using specialized hand planes calibrated to yield translucent wooden ribbons down to 3 micrometers thin, filling the quiet shop with calming alpha-pinene and Hinoki scents. Each slow, deliberate pull of the heavy oak-bodied hand playing along the straight, fragrant grain produces a soft, rhythmic whispering sound, like a quiet evening breeze passing gently through autumn leaves. As the razor-sharp blade glides effortlessly across the wood, gossamer-thin ribbons of cypress curl gracefully into delicate coils, cascading slowly onto the clean workshop floor below. The natural release of these organic wood compounds creates a deeply comforting atmosphere, wrapping the senses in a subtle forest aroma that immediately eases lingering mental tension and invites a profound sense of unhurried peace. Stepping slowly down the central walkway of the workshop, your feet rest upon wide cedar floorboards smoothed and polished by decades of quiet, careful footsteps. The surrounding air feels pleasantly warm and still, carrying the rich, earthy depth of seasoned timber alongside the crisp, fresh notes of freshly planed heartwood. Along the timber walls, traditional hand tools sit neatly arranged in custom wooden racks, finely honed steel chisels, delicate marking gauges, and hand-forged pole saws, each resting quietly in its designated space within this haven of patient artistry. Soft golden light from paper lanterns casts long, gentle shadows across stacked beams of cypress, pine, and cedar that wait patiently for future joinery. A soft evening breeze drifts through the high paper screen windows, rustling the nearby bamboo garden and blending seamlessly with the slow, steady rhythm of the woodworker's gentle movements. In this tranquil environment, there is never any hurry or stress, only a deep reverence for natural materials, quiet focus, and the gentle harmony between human hands and timber. With every slow, unhurried breath you take, the worries of the day gently dissolve. Beside the main workbench, a simple woven bamboo basket holds a generous collection of translucent cypress ribbons, their tissue-thin layers glowing faintly beneath the muted lantern light. Reaching out to touch one of these delicate wooden shavings reveals an astonishing softness, feeling almost weightless between your fingertips like fine silk or handmade paper. Nearby, the master carpenter pauses for a moment, gently running a calm, practiced hand across the silky, mirror-smooth surface of the finished beam to inspect its perfection before carefully putting the tools away for the night. Each movement is slow and deliberate, marking the quiet transition from the focused labor of the day to the peaceful rest of the night. The lingering fragrance of wood oil and fresh cypress continues to fill the quiet room with a soothing warmth, encouraging your entire body to yield fully to complete relaxation. Outside, the remaining twilight gives way to a still, starry night, while inside, the peaceful workshop cradles you in an atmosphere of warmth, soft aroma, and deep restfulness, gently guiding your mind toward effortless and peaceful sleep. As the final lantern is dimmed, a soft silence settles over the workshop, wrapping everything in quiet comfort. As twilight deepens outside the heavy wooden doors, the quiet atmosphere of the traditional timber workshop settles into a soothing, steady stillness. The air is rich with the calming, resinous scent of fresh Hinoki cypress and aromatic cedar, carrying the quiet history of ancient mountain forests into this peaceful, secluded sanctuary. Soft paper lantern light filters gently through slender lattice screens, casting long, peaceful shadows across sturdy oak workbenches that have been worn smooth by generations of patient, dedicated hands. Here, time seems to slow down to a restful crawl, measured not by ticking clocks or hurried steps, but by the gentle, deliberate rhythms of traditional hand tools gliding over natural wood. The lingering warmth of the afternoon sun slowly yields to a cool, comforting evening breeze, encouraging a profound sense of physical rest and mental quiet. Every heavy timber beam resting against the dark cedar walls holds a silent promise of strength, patience, and endurance, waiting gracefully in the dimming light, while long shadows stretch softly across the polished floor. Outside, the evening stars begin to emerge one by one, watching over the quiet valley as the world outside surrenders to night. In the center of the quiet space, a master carpenter works with effortless, meditative grace to bring out the pure beauty of a raw cypress beam. Using a finely tuned smoothing plane known as a sashigane, master carpenters pull continuous wood shavings, called *kanakuzu, as thin as 3 micrometers, thinner than a human blood cell, that float down to the workshop floor like silk, while leaving raw cypress naturally water-resistant. The delicate ribbons cascade in translucent waves, gathering in soft, aromatic piles around the artisan's feet, as though floating on air. They form a fragrant, cushiony carpet on the dark floorboards, releasing a fresh burst of soothing forest aroma into the warm evening air. This silent transformation reveals a surface of astonishing smoothness, glowing with a soft, natural luster under the amber lantern light, without requiring any artificial stains or modern chemical finishes. The gentle, repeating motion of the carpenter's hands creates a subtle visual lullaby, each smooth stroke echoing the tranquil heartbeat of the workshop. The faint, whispering sound of steel meeting timber invites your mind to loosen its hold on remaining worries, letting every tension dissolve as you drift peacefully toward restorative rest. Nearby, another seasoned craftsman rests a wide board of native cedar upon a low workbench, preparing it with a time-honored technique that honors its organic growth. Woodworkers perform *ukitsukuri using hand-bound brushes of dried *karayasu grass, softly rubbing cedar boards along the grain to erode soft summer wood and expose smooth, raised winter grain lines that catch ambient light with a serene texture. As the firm bristles sweep rhythmically over the timber, the softer spring growth yields gently, leaving behind the prominent, dark ridges of winter rings that tell the quiet story of years past. The resulting surface feels wonderfully tactile and grounded under steady fingers, possessing a subtle depth that plays gracefully with the shifting evening light. A soothing scent of dried prairie grass and aged timber fills the surrounding air, wrapping the quiet room in an atmosphere of enduring warmth and simple harmony. As the last tools are wiped clean and placed neatly in their wooden racks, the entire workshop falls into a deep, serene slumber, guiding your thoughts gently toward a peaceful, dreamless night. As twilight deepens outside the timber workshop, the air within grows soft and heavy with the soothing, resinous fragrance of seasoned Hinoki cypress. The amber glow of a single paper lantern casts long, gentle shadows across rows of smooth workbenches, where hand planes, chisels, and heavy wooden mallets rest peacefully after the day's quiet labor. Every surface bears the subtle, tactile history of hands that honor the living grain of wood, listening to the soft, rhythmic murmur of cedar and pine as daylight recedes beyond the paper walls of the sliding shoji screens. In this tranquil hour, the entire workshop breathes with an unhurried rhythm, inviting the weary mind to let go of the day's lingering thoughts and step into a space of peaceful contemplation. The ambient cool of late evening settles softly upon the wide floorboards, while thin, curled ribbons of aromatic wood shavings rustle almost soundlessly in the gentle evening breeze that drifts through the open courtyard door, carrying the crisp, clean scent of the surrounding mountain forest directly into the quiet sanctuary of traditional craft. Moving slowly closer to the central bench, one can admire the delicate, meditative ritual of final surface smoothing, where no harsh modern abrasives or noisy mechanical tools ever interrupt the stillness. Before synthetic sandpaper, craftsmen smoothed fine cypress surfaces using dried stems of asterisk tokusa, rough horsetail, equisetum hyemale, whose epidermal cells are naturally encrusted with microscopic silica particles that quietly buff raw wood grain into a matte, velvety sheen. Watching the artisan's calm, deliberate motion, guiding the hollow, ribbed stems softly over the golden wood in slow, sweeping strokes, brings a profound sense of restful ease to the mind. The dried plant material whispers with a faint, papery cadence against the smooth hinoki, gently easing away the microscopic unevenness of the cut fibers with a touch as light and tender as autumn rain. Each unhurried pass reveals the rich, luminous depth hidden within the timber, gradually transforming raw wood into a surface so supple and inviting that it seems to absorb the warm, flickering lamplight rather than reflect it back into the shadowy room. There is a deep, patient wisdom in relying on what nature has so thoughtfully provided over centuries, allowing tiny crystals of silica embedded within wild flora to refine the wood without disturbing the natural harmony of its delicate grain. As the final, gentle strokes draw to a quiet close, a soothing stillness settles over the workbench, wrapping the entire workshop in a blanket of serene quiet. The faint, microscopic dust created by the natural polishing process hangs briefly in the warm lantern light before slowly drifting downward, coming to rest lightly upon the burnished cypress like a delicate dusting of morning frost upon a meadow. Outside the paper screens, the night insects begin their soft, continuous song, blending seamlessly with the low, steady sound of evening breezes rustling through the bamboo grove beyond the eaves. To trace a hand over the finished cypress now is to feel the quiet devotion of time, patience, and traditional knowledge, a tactile reminder that true elegance comes not from force, but from gentle, respectful care. Surrounded by the grounding warmth of polished timber, the soothing aroma of fresh wood, and the peaceful hush of dusk yielding completely to night, the body naturally eases into deep relaxation, ready to drift into a quiet and comforting slumber. Across the low wooden threshold into the lingering stillness of the traditional workshop, where the deep, resinous perfume of seasoned cedar, cypress, and hinoki hangs softly in the cool evening air. Outside, the evening breeze murmurs gently through the bamboo grove, but within these timber walls, all is calm, settled, and safe. Soft shadows stretch lazily across the wide, worn workbenches, where the day's quiet work has drawn to a serene close beneath the warm, amber glow of a single paper lantern. Every corner of this sanctuary tells a silent story of patient craftsmanship, measured care, and centuries of time-honored tradition. The faint, rhythmic rustle of curled wood shavings settling softly into a wicker basket near the door is the only sound, blending naturally with the steady, soothing rhythm of your breath as night gently descends upon the workshop. On a low wooden trestle nearby, several long, straight planks of seasoned timber lie resting, their grain revealing fine, wavy patterns formed over decades of quiet growth in high mountain forests. Near the end of the workbench rests a bundle of dried, jointed stalks gathered from damp riverbanks at the turn of the season. In Japanese woodworking, final surface preparations avoid harsh chemicals or coarse abrasives that might mar the timber's organic integrity. Instead, craftsmen burnish seasoned timber using dried asterisk tokusa, scouring rush, stems harvested along riverbanks, leveraging the plant's natural microcrystalline silica to smooth the grain without clogging microscopic wood pores. Guided by a gentle, steady hand, the hollow, ribbed stem moves along the plane of the wood with a quiet, whisper-soft glide. Each stroke lightens the surface, polishing the delicate cellular structure of the wood while allowing its tiny pores to remain open, clear, and able to breathe in harmony with the surrounding atmosphere. Under this tender treatment, the surface of the timber transforms into something wondrously tactile, an inviting plane that feels impossibly smooth, cool, and refined under resting fingers. Because the pores remain completely unsealed by artificial waxes, the timber continues to exude its natural, subtle fragrance, releasing faint traces of sweet forest pine and clean earth into the room. The subtle sheen catching the lantern light is not a glaze applied from without, but the true inner luster of the tree itself, brought forth through gentle patience and understanding. Touch the wood softly and feel how the quiet devotion of the artisan lingers in every refined line, creating a deep sense of harmony between the natural forest and the quiet home. All around the room, the tools of the trade are carefully put to rest in their assigned places on wooden racks, shining hand planes with hand-forged blades, fine-toothed pull saws, and delicate chisels, all resting until the dawn. The light from the lantern dims to a soft, comforting ember, casting long, peaceful shadows across the smooth timber floors. The workshop breathes in unison with the quiet night, wrapped in absolute tranquility and timeless stillness. As you absorb the soothing scent of cedar and scouring rush, a profound, heavy calm settles over your mind. Let your eyes close naturally, letting go of all thoughts as the serene spirit of the timber workshop guides you into a deep, restful sleep. As twilight deepens outside the courtyard, the air within the timber workshop slows to a gentle, steady rhythm, filled with the faint scent of dried wood shavings and cool earth. Moving quietly along the polished floorboards, your gaze settles upon a row of darkened planks standing upright against the heavy timber pillars. Long ago, to protect exterior wooden siding without relying on synthetic sealants, workshop craftsmen bound 3**-tsugi*, or Japanese cedar, boards together into a tall, vertical chimney, scorching their interior over slow, whispering embers until a velvet layer of char took hold. This traditional process of **yakasugi leaves behind a soft, carbonized surface that naturally repels moisture, insect harm, rot, and decay. The burnt wood bears a quiet, silvery sheen beneath the dimming rafters, its surface cool to the touch and softened by time. The subtle scent of charred timber lingers in the air like faint smoke from a long-extinguished hearth, bringing a deep sense of stillness to the quiet room. Each board rests in place, complete in its protection, needing no harsh chemicals or artificial coatings to endure the shifting seasons. The dark texture captures the last traces of evening light, offering a gentle reminder of how simple elements of fire and wood can work in peaceful harmony. Stepping further along the quiet workbench, you notice small, intricately fitted wooden screens laid out carefully on soft, woven mats. These delicate cedar lattices are hand-brushed with *kakishibu*, an amber broth of unripe persimmons fermented for 3 years that quietly oxidizes in workshop sunlight to form a breathable, water-resistant mahogany finish. The warm liquid seeped into every clean joint and slender slat during the calm afternoon hours, deepening gradually from a pale straw hue into a rich, earthy crimson brown. As the last rays of sun drift across the room, the wood absorbs the natural tannin solution, drying smoothly under the patient watch of the master woodworker. Unlike modern lacquer that seals away the living pores of the timber, this traditional fermented extract allows the cedar to breathe, shifting softly with changes in air moisture while guarding against dampness. The fragrance of autumn fruit and ancient cedar lingers faintly around the screens, mingling with the calm evening draft. You can see how each fine wooden geometric interlock has been treated with patient care, honoring both the tree from which it came and the quiet passage of natural time. Now, as shadows stretch across the wide workshop floor, all tools rest quietly in their designated places along the timber wall. The hand planes, chisels, and copper kettles lie still in the soft dusk, having completed their quiet work for the day. Around you, the scent of cedar, charred bark, and sweet persimmon tannic broth forms a soothing atmosphere that settles over every beam and sliding screen. Every surface speaks of quiet preservation, born from centuries of watching how natural materials respond to light, air, warmth, and time. Outside, the night wind whispers gently through the surrounding cedar forest, carrying a restful hush across the tiled eaves of the workshop. You take a slow, deep breath of the wood-scented air, feeling the profound stillness of this space settle into your mind. Here, where every piece of timber finds its peaceful purpose, the workshop slumbers in perfect harmony, inviting you to close your eyes, relax your thoughts, and rest deeply. As dusk settles over the traditional Japanese workshop, soft shadows lengthen across the clean, hand-swept floorboards, creating a deep sense of peaceful calm and quiet isolation from the bustling world outside. Every corner of the old timber yard rests in a tranquil hush, where the lingering, sweet aroma of fresh cypress and pine shavings mixes gently with the cool, humid air of the approaching evening. Stepping softly between the long workbench frames, your eyes settle upon the giant wooden posts laid neatly across low trestles, waiting patiently for their final assembly into a traditional home. The daylight, fading through the high paper shoji screens, casts a smooth, golden glow upon these hand-planed surfaces, highlighting the delicate, swirling grain that has taken decades to grow in the quiet mountain forests. Here, time moves at a slow and rhythmic pace, inviting your mind to ease into relaxation and follow the steady, ancient traditions of the master woodworkers. Every beam carries the quiet memory of careful hands, every mortise and tenon joint aligned with effortless precision, resting now under the comforting silence that fills the entire workshop as the evening light gently fades away. Near the back of the studio, resting in the cool shadows, stand wide ceramic earthenware vessels holding a deeply traditional, time-honored liquid prepared from nature's own quiet patience. Craftsmen treat raw timber framing with asterisk kakishibu asterisk, an amber preservative fermented from green asterisk diaspiros khaki asterisk persimmons, whose concentrated tannins slowly oxidize in soft workshop daylight over several weeks to transform raw wood into a quiet, warm chestnut brown resistant to humidity. As the rich liquid is brushed evenly along the smooth grain, the wood absorbs the natural tannins, darkening almost imperceptibly from afternoon to afternoon as it breathes in the surrounding air. There is never any rush in this gradual transformation. Instead, the wood settles into its rich, new tones slowly, acquiring an enduring protective shield that will guard the structural frame against damp mountain air for generations to come. Watching these darkening timber faces resting under the open rafters brings a soothing sense of permanence and warmth, as if the timber itself is settling into a long, peaceful, and restorative sleep. Running a hand gently along the cool, smooth edge of a freshly treated column, you can feel the faint, velvety texture left behind by the natural persimmon lacquer. The surface is soft and completely dry to the touch, carrying a subtle, comforting aroma of autumn fruit and rich earth that grounds your senses in quiet peace. Outside the heavy wooden eaves, the soft, rhythmic patter of evening rain begins to fall against the clay roof tiles. Yet inside, the treated timber remains completely untroubled, safe in its natural defense against moisture and decay. The entire workshop feels like a restful sanctuary where every piece of wood is honored, every step unfolds without hurry, and every heavy iron plane and chisel rests peacefully on its cloth until morning comes. With every slow, deep breath, the profound calm of the timber shop fills the space around you, inviting a deep and effortless stillness to settle over your mind as the soft lantern flames flicker quietly into the night. As late afternoon shadows lengthen across the quiet timber workshop, a peaceful calm settles over the workbench where fine joinery is finished. The ambient air is soft and restful, rich with the clean, evergreen aroma of cedar shavings, polished hinoki, and the gentle warmth of fading daylight. Soft, cool breezes pass through the open wooden shutters, carrying the gentle murmur of stream water and the quiet rustle of garden bamboo outside. In this quiet corner, the workshop shifts its focus from shaping heavy structural beams to the delicate assembly of interior screens and sliding panels. A small earthenware vessel sits on a woven straw mat, holding freshly prepared rice that steams gently in the cool air, releasing a subtle, comforting scent. The craftsman moves with slow, deliberate grace, taking time to honor every step of this centuries-old process. Beside him lies a clean, smooth wooden slab, free of wood dust, waiting to serve as the gentle foundation for blending a natural paste. Every movement is quiet and rhythmic, encouraging a sense of steady tranquility as daylight recedes and the workday peacefully draws to a close. With gentle and repetitive motions, the artisan begins to work the soft grain into a smooth, binding paste. Artisans mash warm, cooked short grain rice on a smooth cypress board to form sokui asterisk, a non-acidic starch adhesive that binds delicate sliding door frames while maintaining a soft, reversible flexibility for centuries. The wooden paddle glides back and forth in soothing, slow arcs, breaking down each grain until the mixture becomes smooth, glossy, and pale. Unlike harsh modern chemicals or acidic glues that can degrade fine timber over time, this pure rice starch works in perfect harmony with natural wood fibers. It creates a subtle bond that moves alongside the timber as humidity fluctuates throughout the changing seasons, preventing delicate lattice pieces from warping or splitting under stress. If repairs are ever needed in future generations, the paste can be softened gently with mild moisture, allowing future craftspeople to disassemble and restore the woodwork without causing damage. The quiet scraping sound of the spatula against the cypress board forms a calming, steady beat, filling the peaceful room with a sense of timeless craft and quiet devotion. Once the paste reaches an ideal consistency, the artisan carefully applies small, delicate brush strokes of asterisk sokui asterisk to the precision-cut joints of a cedar shoji frame. Each thin strip of wood fits snugly into place, with a subtle friction, held securely by the thin layer of starch paste. The craftsman wipes away any tiny bead of excess paste using a soft, damp cloth, leaving the smooth surfaces of pale cedar clean and pristine. Outside, the last lingering embers of daylight soften into twilight navy, and the cool evening breeze whispers softly through the cryptomeria trees surrounding the workshop courtyard. The assembled frames are carefully lined up in a quiet, draft-free alcove where they will rest completely undisturbed throughout the night, slowly curring as the natural moisture evaporates into the calm, still air. Shadows lengthen and settle over the silent benches, tool handles, and stacks of fragrant wood. The day's work is finished, and a deep, comforting quiet envelops the workshop, inviting a deep rest under the slow and tranquil rhythm of night. In the quietest corner of the traditional workshop, where the daylight yields to the soft, lengthening shadows of late evening, the air carries a deep and comforting scent of aged cedar and soft wood shavings. The heavy workbenches, smoothed by generations of careful hands, rest under the gentle glow of lanterns suspended from hand-hewn ceiling beams. Outside, the evening wind whispers through the pine trees, brushing against the paper screens and settling the workshop into a meditative hush. Here, away from the heavy timber framing of the outer structure, the craftsman turns his attention to the delicate interior joinery, the intricate lattice sliding doors, shoji frames, and fine cabinetry that bring warmth and peace to traditional rooms. Every chisel, plane, and gauge has been wiped clean with camellia oil and arranged neatly on straw mats, leaving only the central cedar assembly board illuminated by the low light. The atmosphere is stillness itself, a slow rhythm of careful craft where time seems to expand, encouraging every breath to grow deeper, slower, and completely at ease. As the night settles softly over the quiet sanctuary of wood, upon the smooth cedar board, a small heap of freshly steamed short-grain rice rests, releasing a faint, comforting steam into the cool evening air. With patient, rhythmic motions of a wooden paddle, the artisan begins kneading the warm grains, breaking down their delicate structure until the individual kernels yield to a silky, uniform texture. As the warmth slowly dissipates, the starch transforms into sokui asterisk, a translucent, ivory-hued paste crafted without chemicals or harsh additives. To bind delicate interior joinery, woodworkers knead warm short-grain rice on a cedar board into sokui asterisk, a translucent starch paste that dries into a glass-hard, odorless bond capable of lasting for centuries while remaining reversible with a gentle touch of warm water. This ancient adhesive relies on the natural amylopectin within the rice, which creates an extraordinarily tight molecular web between the wood fibers as it cures. Because the paste contains no heavy minerals or volatile oils, it leaves the timber entirely unmarred, allowing the natural grain to age gracefully through changing seasons. Should a future craftsman ever need to repair the delicate lattice, a soft cloth moistened with warm water gently dissolves the bond without harming the cedar frame. As the final joinery pieces are gently pressed into alignment, secured by the silent strength of the rice paste, a profound quietude envelops the room. The joinery fits together with satisfying precision, every tongue and groove finding its place like notes in a quiet lullaby. The remaining warmth in the cedar board fades into the cool ambient air of the night, leaving behind a subtle, clean scent that blends harmoniously with the aroma of dried cypress and polished hinoki. The lantern light dims slightly, casting soft shadows across the wooden floor where fine curls of pine shavings cushion the silence. There is no rush in this space, only the enduring patience of natural materials crafted to endure far beyond a single lifetime. Outside, the night sky turns to deep indigo, and the distant sound of a mountain stream adds a steady, soothing backdrop to the peaceful darkness. With every task completed and every tool resting safely in its place, the workshop surrenders to the stillness, inviting a sense of profound rest and unbroken sleep. As the long, gentle shadows of early evening stretch across the smoothed floorboards of the workshop, the industrious sounds of daylight slowly yield to an enveloping silence. The aromatic essence of shaved Hinoki cypress and sweet red cedar lingers softly in the cool, still air, drifting upward toward the high timber rafters where songbirds rest, resting upon their woven straw mats along the perimeter. Iron chisels, hand saws, and wooden block planes sit idle and immaculate, wiped clean after a day of patient labor. In this quiet hour between dusk and nightfall, the artisans turn their attention away from shaping and cutting, shifting instead toward the peaceful, meditative rituals of nourishment and care. The workshop seems to slow its breath in harmony with the quiet mountain forest outside, preparing the natural materials to slumber through the coming night. At the center of the quiet space stands a broad, heavy workbench carved from dense pine, its top smoothed by years of careful craftsmanship. To care for this fundamental surface after days of heavy work, craftsmen condition raw workbench surfaces using cold-pressed asterisk igomabura, perilla seed oil, harvested in Fukushima, whose high alpha-linolenic acid content slowly cures in soft workshop light into a silky, satin protective finish, guided by hand with long, rhythmic passes of a soft, unbleached cloth. The golden oil penetrates deep into the heart of the timber, nourishing the dry fibers and drawing forth a warm glow from within the wood grain. This natural curing process relies on time and ambient air rather than heat or synthetic additives, allowing the rich fatty acids to cross-link quietly as the evening darkens into night, creating a resilient yet breathable barrier that will safeguard the bench for many seasons to come. At an adjacent work table, a delicate cypress screen frame intricate interlocking joinery rests upon a cushion of felt, awaiting its own traditional oil treatment. To finish delicate Cypress joinery without synthetic sealants, artisans massage crushed wild walnut kernels wrapped in unbleached silk across the grain, releasing natural oils that dry into a soft satin sheen. As the silk pouch is moved with light, circular pressure over the fine cypress wood, tiny droplets of pure walnut oil seep through the woven fabric, coating the exposed fibers with a subtle, protective layer that never obscures the timber's pale, elegant character. The gentle friction generates just enough soothing warmth to help the walnut oil absorb smoothly, leaving behind a subtle luster that feels exceptionally soft to the touch, while preserving the natural, clean scent of the cypress wood undisturbed. With both the workbench and the delicate joinery treated with their restorative natural finishes, a profound stillness settles over every corner of the timber workshop. The faint, warm scent of perilla oil and wild walnut blends harmoniously with the resinous fragrance of the wood, wrapping the room in a restful blanket of comforting scents. Outside, a gentle night breeze whispers through the cedar canopy, while inside, the soft satin sheen of the curring surfaces catches the subtle glimmer of moonbeams slipping through high transom windows. Everything within the workshop now rests in quiet stillness, suspended in a state of drying and curring, ready to awaken refreshed when dawn light returns. As dusk gently settles over the quiet mountain village, the last soft light of evening filters through the paper shoji screens of the traditional timber workshop. Inside, the rhythmic sounds of adzes, saws, and fine hand planes have long since tapered into silence. A serene stillness rests upon the heavy workbenches and wide floorboards, where aromatic curls of cedar and cypress shavings lie like pale ribbons in the gathering shadow. The air remains rich with the warm, resinous scent of freshly worked wood, holding the quiet energy of a day spent shaping beams and pillars with meticulous care. The structural timber, crafted to endure for generations without a single metal fastener, stands tall and steadfast in the fading twilight. Every surface bears the subtle, silky touch of the craftsman's blade, intentionally left unvarnished and raw to honor the natural soul of the tree. The workshop prepares to sleep, its massive wooden bones settling softly into the cool evening air. In these peaceful moments, before closing the heavy wooden sliding doors, there is one final act of gentle care given to the standing timber pillars. To nourish unpainted timber pillars, woodworkers gently rub raw wood with porous cloth pouches filled with fresh asterisk nuka rice bran, releasing natural oils that absorb into cedar grain to create a soft, breathable sheen. The fine cloth pouch, held comfortably in the hand, glides up and down the grain of the cedar with a slow, soothing, and repetitive motion. As the rice bran releases its delicate natural lipids, the thirsty fibers of the wood absorb the nourishment, transforming the raw surface into a smooth, satin plane that invites a soft touch. Unlike synthetic varnishes or heavy lacquers that seal off the timber, this time-honored technique allows the wood to breathe, maintaining its organic ability to regulate moisture across the changing seasons. The faint, comforting scent of rice bran blends seamlessly with the perfume of cedar, deepening the sense of quiet sanctuary inside the shop. The resulting sheen catches the softest ambient light, casting a subtle, velvety glow along the length of the pillar. With each pillar carefully attended to, and the hand tools returned to their polished racks, a deep feeling of completion fills the room. The joinery fits seamlessly together, wood holding wood in a perfect, quiet embrace that requires no force, only precise alignment and patience. Outside, the night wind whispers through the bamboo groves, bringing a cool, refreshing breeze that drifts through the open rafters. Darkness outside grows rich and full, turning the workshop into a warm refuge grounded in quiet tradition. As you linger in this tranquil space, listening to the subtle settling of the timber and the quiet breathing of the night, your mind naturally releases the burdens of the day. The gentle warmth of the wood, the fragrance of cedar, and the soft, rhythmic memory of the craftsman's work create an atmosphere of profound stillness. There is nothing more to build, nothing more to shape, and nothing left to do. Everything is anchored, safe, and at peace. You can let go completely now, allowing the calm silence of the workshop to wrap around you, carrying you smoothly and gently into a restful, unbroken sleep.